what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea!
Put the gun down.
I saw you with the box. What was in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Not till you give me the
What's
gun.
in the fucking box?
Give me the gun.
And volume warning.
This is called a stabbing motion! Stabbing motion! Stabbing motion!
Hey, everybody, it's me, Legal Vices. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, however many times you're going to do it, and why ever you're doing it in the first place. I'm just glad you're doing it here. Welcome to my channel, Legal Vices. That's what we're doing. We're talking about things legal, we're talking about vices, and we're talking about the illegal vices, such as the things that Taylor SHABUSINESS not so allegedly was up to. Allegedly. Just in case. We have to put the allegedly just in case there. It's that time. We are just a few days out from the Taylor SHABUSINESS trial, and we are here for that. We've got two prelude shows. Today is one, Friday's another, and then a couple things are going to be happening on Friday. If they show the final hearing, well, we'll talk about this in a minute. But there's a final hearing on Friday, jury selection Friday, and opening statements are scheduled to start Monday morning. Normally, they've kind of stopped showing jury selection on trial streams like Law and Crime or Court TV because they're boring AF. But if they show them, we'll do it. All right, so a few things before we get going. You see a lot of new faces here that I haven't seen before. That is great. That's oh, I should do that. Oh, man. Chopper said, please explain what a bread knife is to people that haven't seen it. Damn it. Wish you should have suggested that 30 minutes ago. I'll try to find a time to break away and do that. Anywho, that was a good idea. Dang it. All right. So here we go. For those of you new faces here in the crowd, we got a few things we do. We always have a like and subscribe poll set up. Oh my God, we have 412 people here already. Usually it takes a while to get 100. We are here for the SHABUSINESS. We're down with the SHABUSINESS. It's going to be a good trial. It's going to rock. And let your friends know about this. I am covering it gavel to gavel. I've been on top of this trial. I was going to say I've been on top of SHABUSINESS, but that would have been weird to say that. Like, anyway, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Phrasing.
Yeah, I've been on top of this matter for over a year, and I've been waiting for this day. Been waiting for them to get ready for trial, and here they are. So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna go over a little bit of a background. We're gonna do a few minutes of background, like who the players are, what's going on, and then we're gonna read the criminal complaint. That's what the police. That's their report they put together to get the arresting documents. The prosecutor. They sign off on this, and then they arrest them, and they've charged. Well, they arrest them before, then they charge them. So we'll do those two things, and then we'll watch the most recent competency hearing, which took place last week. We'll explain each of these little bits as we go along, but there's always some housekeeping stuff to do. One of them is to make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Although I'm so thrilled that 470 people are here right now, only 286 of you have hit that like button. So shame on the roughly 200 of you that haven't done it, 180 of you that haven't hit that like button. Get down there and hit that like button. It takes that long to do it, and it lets YouTube know that we are doing something interesting that people want to see. And then take our like and subscribe poll. Every day we have a little like and subscribe poll, a little lame poll up here just to remind you to hit the like button and to subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're pushing towards 53,900. Ostensibly, we want to get to 54,000 by the end of this trial. That's my goal. By the end of next week to get up to 54,000. So mark that in your books in your notebook somewhere, and let's see how we do. Let's check the progress of our journey to 54,000 subscribers. And our like and subscribe poll today, you have four options. Did you like and subscribe? Did you stab? I chose stab. Did you stab the like and subscribe buttons? None of your SHABUSINESS, but yeah. Yes, it's tailor-made for vices. Yes, I'm ahead of the game, and yes, she probably had a nibble. Because and you'll see if you're totally unfamiliar with this case, or just very, very tangentially or remotely familiar with this case, by the end of it, you'll be saying, I bet she took a nibble. I bet she just, had a little taste. Because if she did, that would probably be the least offensive thing that she did in this entire scenario, allegedly. So that's one thing. We do the like and subscribe poll. And the other thing we do every day here, we do a daily cocktail. Why? Because I enjoy my legal vices, and alcohol just happens to be a legal vice. So we do a different cocktail every day. Today's cocktail is the standard classic daiquiri. We're all familiar with like weird banana infused frozen slushy looking things and little strawberry slushy looking daiquiris. And this is the traditional straight up no frills original daiquiri. So for this, you're going to need some rum, some white rum. You're going to need some fresh lime juice, and you're going to need a little bit of powdered sugar, confectioner sugar, whatever you call it in your neck of the woods. So let's do this. All righty. Today's cocktail is the classic daiquiri. The first thing you do is take your shaker glass. Don't put any ice in it yet. The ice will come in later. Take your shaker glass, put in 2 bar spoons. This is a bar spoon of confectioner sugar, powdered sugar, whatever you call it. Or if you don't have one of these, about 1 teaspoon of the powdered sugar, confection sugar. Then add in 20 centiliters, 20 milliliters of fresh squeezed lime juice. And then you're going to want to add in your rum, which for that, you're going to want 1.5 ounces of rum. Or 2. Put in 2 ounces. It's better that way. So put in 2 ounces of white rum. And then stir this little concoction here so it dissolves the powdered sugar. Doesn't take long, just a few seconds is all it takes. Then put the ice in. Add the ice to the shaker. Lock that down and give it a good shake. Get it nice and cold. Then strain it into a cocktail glass. Let me do that right here. I didn't bring my strainer, so we'll just strain it off camera because I don't have enough arms to do it on camera without the strainer. And after you strain it, there you have your classic daiquiri. What a great, refreshing summer cocktail. Okay, that's our cocktail for the day. The classic daiquiri. Oh my God, why did I never... Tony G says you need a cocktail camera. Why did I never think about using the dog cam as a cocktail camera? Tony G, you deserve a goddamn raise for that. Holy crap. Tony G is now my personal hero. Why on earth did I never think... I have another camera locked and loaded right here. And I never thought of that, not once. Wow. Tony G, you're the man. So we'll give that a crack tomorrow. We'll give a shot with the cocktail cam. Huh. Wow, I feel kind of dumb for not thinking about that. Oh, Tony G. I'm going to make you a mod for that. That's what we do around here. That's Tony G is not... Okay, there you are. Who? You are now a standard moderator. Your only job as a standard moderator is to never do anything moddy. No blocking, no deleting messages, none of that. If there's a problem, just let me know. Just let me know, and I will decide what to do about it. So the first rule of mod is never be a mod. That's it. All right. There you go. Thank you so much for that. That was kind of weird. I just don't know why I never thought of that. All right, as I said, we got some new faces, some old faces. We've got some great people here. So without further ado, as I said, we're going to do this in 3 parts. We're going to do the background, a list of who is who of the players, and I wasn't planning on doing this until Thursday or Friday, but the YNW Melee trial, they didn't have court today, so I had to bump everything up, and I didn't have time to refresh my memory as to what happened as much as I would like. So I'm going to give my best guess, and if I make a few mistakes, I'm sorry. So that's what we'll do the background. Then we'll read the criminal complaint, and then we will watch the most recent competency evaluation, which took place last week. And then, as we said, trial is scheduled to start on Monday the 24th, with jury selection to begin either late morning or in the afternoon of Friday the 21st. There's only one possible barrier to this trial going on Monday, and that is the final mental evaluation that's being done as we speak-ish by the court-appointed evaluator, the court-appointed psychologist. And they're going to be giving their report, and there's going to be a hearing Friday morning. Now, I'm fully expecting that the court-appointed psychologist will say she's fit to stand trial. There's been 4 evaluations, but the first 3 evaluations that were done, they found her completely competent to stand trial. The 4th one was paid for by the defense. The defense appointed a defense expert to testify as to whether or not the defendant is competent to stand trial. And shock, shock, big surprise, not at all. The defense expert paid for by the defense found the defendant not competent to stand trial. So the court-appointed guy is going to give, or man or woman is going to give their opinion on Friday, and the judge will decide what to do. Now, in the off chance that the court-appointed psychologist comes back and says she's not fit to stand trial, that's a whole new thing. And that could go several ways, which we won't even talk about until it happens. That's the only way this trial will not go ahead on Monday, is if the court-appointed psychologist comes back on Friday and says she's not competent. All right. The background of this case. Who are these people, and what are they here for? Well, Taylor SHABUSINESS. She's a woman with a storied past. This is not her first rodeo with the law. She's been in trouble before. Oh, and I guess before we get on with this, again, super chats, we'll read them as I can. Please feel free. If you do super chat, for those of you that are new here, it guarantees I'll read your super chat. I'll address it. I'll answer it. Otherwise, we'll try to get to as many of the comments as I can. But the bonus, the reward for you parting with your hard-earned money to support the channel is that I guarantee that I will read your super chats. Just as I'm reading Wolfram's right now. Is the first day of the SHABUSINESS trial going to be the SHABUSINESS cocktail? Oh, I've been thinking of all kinds of things to do, Bloody Marys and vampires and things like that. I gotta find a special cocktail for the first day of the SHABUSINESS trial. But there's an absinthe cocktail called the Killer, which I just might do. And Sonia, Chris, they make some webcams that do a top-down view. I know, but that's a little bit excessive just for a cocktail. I got Doggo Cam here. I can just point that down if I really want to do that. But anyway, yeah, thank you so much for that super chat. And one more has just come in as I prepared to start the main point of the stream. That one chick with a $10 super chat, gather around, kids. Daddy Vice is going to tell us a story. And it's a nightmare. This is a Boy Scout campfire story. This is a ghost story. This is worse than a ghost story. Yeah, Chopper says a Bloody Mary. The problem is I hate canned tomato juice. I hate V8. I hate, Clamato. Whoever invented Clamato needs to be on death row. Take horrific canned tomato juice and then add horrific clam juice to it and call it Clamato. Ugh, God, no, that's the worst. Any Canadian that says differently, get out. All right. Do a purple rain. If you don't know how, ask Ricada. All righty. Here we go. Thank you so much for that. Fair Frozen 55. We'll take suggestions. We'll take suggestions for cocktails. All right, let's get into the background of this case. Who are the players? What did they do? What's their relation to all of this that's going on? Taylor SHABUSINESS. This is not her first rodeo. This is not her first involvement with the police. She has a criminal past. Certainly nothing as serious as she's been charged with here, but you could say the writing was on the wall. So what has she done? Well, she has previous arrests on charges, including fleeing and eluding officers, felony bail jumping, possessing drug paraphernalia, resisting an officer, battery on a law enforcement officer, and operating a vehicle with a suspended license. She has previous arrests in Brown County, where this trial is happening. Both were in 2020. She was arrested in June of 2020 and charged with battery or threat to a law enforcement officer. This is going to come back later when we read the charging documents. So she was arrested in 2020, charged with battery or threat to a law enforcement officer, which is a felony, and resisting or obstructing an officer. She was found guilty after pleading no contest. No contest basically says I'm not admitting guilt, but we're not going to go to trial because you have enough evidence to convict me. So it's not pleading guilty. It's essentially the same as a guilty verdict, but you just don't have to say the words. She was sentenced to 3 years of probation and 60 days in jail, according to records. Now, this was June. And then 2 months later, in August of 2020, SHABUSINESS was charged with bail jumping and resisting an officer. You got 2 resisting officer arrests on her. The bail jumping charges were dismissed as part of the June case. Also there in August 2020, she was charged with misdemeanor possession of drug paraphernalia. If you look on her Facebook and other people's Facebook things, she has a history of drug abuse. It was a surprise to no one that she was using. She was also again charged with resisting an officer and felony fleeing from an officer in a vehicle, which of course she didn't have a license to operate. And she was sentenced to 2 years probation in that case. Now, in 2018, Taylor SHABUSINESS changed her name. Her birth name is Taylor Denise Coronado. So Taylor Denise Coronado changed her name to Taylor SHABUSINESS in 2018. And she's lived in San Antonio, Houston, Temple, and Cotulla, Texas, and someplace in Wisconsin called Suamico. Now, this is something that a lot of people don't know about her. We all know that we don't all know. Some of us know the gory details of what she's done to her boyfriend. But, well, she, at least at the time all of this went down, I don't know if it's still the case or not, but she was married. Taylor SHABUSINESS was married at the time all of this went down. Why change her name? Asks people in chat. Silent PS asked it because Taylor SHABUSINESS sounds cool. That's probably my guess. So anyway, she was married. She was married at the time, and she had an infant child. Her child was less than a year old. Her son was born in 2021. At the time of this incident, which we'll get to the details there in a little bit later, her husband was in jail in Wisconsin on unrelated charges, and he was in custody at the time the victim was killed, so he had nothing to do with it, clearly. So she was married with an infant child, and her husband was in prison, in jail at the time of the incident. Now, according to court records, she did not have custody of the child. Thank God for that. I don't know who had custody of the child, but she did not. And her husband, the one that was in prison, the one that was in jail at the time this went down, her husband's Facebook page called her Queen Taylor SHABUSINESS. And on it, he wrote, "I do trust my beautiful wife. I will do anything to protect her. Stay strong, boo-boo. I love you." They'd been together since 2017. And this is what I'm going to read here. This is a quote from his Facebook page. Just to make sure my queen knows that no matter if we're apart or not, that I will do whatever is necessary to get her back next to me. Never will I give up on her, nor will I ever lose confidence in our SHABUSINESS empire. My word has been my word to her. My word to her will never change. She knows better than anyone that I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. Now, baby, I promise you that I'm going to be coming to get you. It's your golden year, and best believe you'll be in my arms for it. Baby, stay strong and always know that your king knows how to do one thing and one thing only. That's right. We know best. The SHABUSINESS shuffle hustle. The door is going to slam. Okay. The wind blew the door shut. I have to read that sentence again. This is a stupid sentence. Now, baby, I promise you that I'm going to be coming to get you. It's your golden year, and best believe you'll be in my arms for it. Baby, stay strong, and always know that your king knows to do one thing and one thing only. That's right, what we know best, the SHABUSINESS shuffle hustle. Now calm down, smile, and tell yourself with confidence that you're doing a good job. It's only a matter of time before you're home, baby. Till then, know that I'm here for you. Never have or will I give up on us. We will get through this obstacle/struggle together. Baby girl, it's been tough not having you by my side, but you're what motivates me to stay sane. Because nothing or no one could ever replace the feelings I get when I'm next to your sexy ass. For real, though. It actually says that. Be ready, because I'm going to come and get you soon. I promise, baby. I love you, and I miss you so much, beautiful. XOXO love, King Poppy Boo SHABUSINESS. Well, there you have it. That's a little love note. that's a little love note there. That's his job, according to him. Taylor SHABUSINESS, her last public appearance on Facebook was January 13th, 2020, where she wrote, went off and presumably this is talking about her husband, went off and told an addict, I'll never stop buying you dope so I could sit back and watch you die. Also on January 13th, she wrote on her Facebook, I got hitched to show them my commitment. So that's, again, presumably talking about her husband. I got hitched to show my commitment, loyalty, and dedication to them. That I was never going to be how I used to be. Then they turn around and fuck on me. There's no way I'll ever go into another relationship. Hashtag can't trust no one. Right. So a friend, after her arrest, she wrote on her Facebook page, I knew she had mental health problems and drug addictions, but to be honest, I didn't know the drug side of her when we hung out, and she was not high. The other girl who cried this is the girl who cried when I told her that I had a tumor in my leg, who cried tears of happiness, thanking God when my family received a Christmas miracle. She was always so kind to me and my family. But the last month, I had barely heard from her and assumed she was on a drug binge. And to be honest, I was worried about her, but not in the way where I thought this was something she was capable of. I wish I could have helped her get her life straightened out. I really do. But now it's too late. And I'll feel guilt for not being there for her more. This friend also said that she was one of the few sober friends she had. And it breaks her heart that all this is going on. She's known her about 9 years. Now, yikes. I mean, that's a little bit about her, but who was the victim in this? The victim in this was a boy by the name of Shad Therian. Shad Therian was 24 years old, and he'd been in the Howard Swamico School District. He was a student there from 2010 to 15, and according to records, he's not listed as graduating from Bayport. So we don't know if he's a high school graduate or not. His obituary that was published listed his parents names and said that he had worked with his father and grandfather at their family business. Shad enjoyed camping, games, and spending time with his family. The obituary says he was a very kind and compassionate person who often thought of others before himself. A talented artist, he was also good at wood carving. And he ran into Taylor SHABUSINESS. And again, there's they're from the same schools, but also Taylor SHABUSINESS isn't listed as a graduate of the high school in town. So we don't know if they graduated from some other school or if one or neither of them graduated from high school. We mentioned her previous criminal record, and some of this news is coming from the Green Bay Press Gazette. So thanks to them for publishing this. She had a previous criminal record, including a recent conviction, as we said, for fleeing and eluding and obstructing an officer. She'd been sentenced to 3 months in jail on January 4th with work release privileges. And so apparently that was when the when the letter from her husband was posted on Facebook while she was serving her 3 months in jail, but being out on work release. It's unclear whether she was out of jail on work release at the time of Therian's death on February 23rd. Now, how did they come into contact? How did SHABUSINESS and Shad Therian get to know each other? Well, they'd been friends and they were knocking boots. They were involved in a sexual relationship. And we know that from the statements that she gave to the police. We'll talk about her arresting documents and all. I mean, there's self-snitches and then there's Taylor SHABUSINESS level self-snitching. Check out the charging documents, the criminal complaint, to see just how bad her self-snitching was. Yeah, so she self-snitched, right? She self-snitched on just about everything. So, let's see. Scanning through here to see if there's anything else we really need to mention what as far as a background thing goes. Okay, what we don't know yet is why she was out of jail on the day that this murder happened. We just don't know. Was it work released? Did she just fail to go back? We don't know what happened. We don't know why she was out at the night. I mean, this was the nighttime. So again, if I was a betting person, I would say she got out on work release, or if she got out on early release, cool. But well, that doesn't make sense for one reason we'll talk about a little bit later. I think maybe she got let out on a work release and then just kind of didn't go back. That's kind of the thing that we don't know yet. And so she allegedly committed this crime. Then she was arrested. And she originally pled not guilty. And at the beginning, there was a bit of a dispute because she reportedly had been assigned a public defender, and she had also reportedly appointed her own attorney. So there was a little bit of conflict, and there was a hearing that was held to decide which lawyer was actually in charge of this case. And also the defense had asked, okay, well, how that all got worked out is they were arguing back and forth. And at one point, I think the self-appointed lawyer, I mean, the lawyer that had been appointed by Taylor SHABUSINESS saw the light, and she said, tell you what, you can take the case. It's all yours, and gave the case to the public defender's office, which resolved that problem. Oh, we have a meme copium raid. Hey, peeps from Meme Copium, welcome to channel. All right, and so all of you that are here, we've got 932 of you watching this now. This is awesome. This is great because this trial is going to be the big ol' SHABUSINESS. Hit that like button. About half of you haven't done your job, so hit the like button while you're here, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss a minute of the Taylor SHABUSINESS coverage. So the lawyer problem got worked out. They turned it over to the public defender. The public defender asked for a mental evaluation. That was number one. They asked for a competency evaluation to see if she was competent to stand trial. They did that. The court-appointed psychologist came back and said, yes, she's competent to stand trial. The defense lawyer, then he wanted a second opinion. So he said, hey, judge, I want a second opinion. Can you appoint somebody else to do that? Because she's not paying attention to me. She's not communicating with me. He was saying that she is, and the standard is she coherent? Does she understand the charges against her? Is she able to assist in any meaningful way in her own defense? And they had her on camera at this point, and she was just walking around where she was supposed to be sitting and paying attention. She was walking around and being non-responsive. To me, it looked like a big act. I have no idea because I'm not a psychologist, but it looked like an act just for this purpose. And so the lawyer said, she's not communicating with me. She's not assisting with the defense. I don't think she understands what's going on. I need a second opinion. The judge said, okay, we got a problem here. I gave you what you wanted, a court-appointed psychologist to run this evaluation. You just don't like what the answer was. So if I appoint another one and you don't like that answer, How long is this going to go on? You can't go on without end. So what's going to happen is if you want to do it, I'll give you time. If you want to do it, you're paying for it. And the defense lawyer said, okay. So the defense lawyer paid to have another evaluation done. Surprisingly, the defense's examiner came back saying she is competent to stand trial. So she couldn't even find an expert that would say that would say she was not competent to stand trial. And then the lawyer decided to change the plea from not guilty to not guilty, which in Wisconsin, the Wisconsin version of not guilty by reason of insanity, which I believe is like not guilty due to mental deficiency or something like that. Anyway, it's insanity. Not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't know. I can't recall exactly right off the top of my head what the actual phrasing for the Wisconsin law is. But basically, yeah, she was insane. She was not guilty because she was insane at the time of the accident. Well, what that does is when you enter this plea, that automatically, it's like mental defect. That's what it was. Yeah. When you change your plea to not guilty by reason of mental defect or impairment or whatever it is, that automatically triggers another mental evaluation. So that was mental evaluation 3, and that was done last November, if I recall correctly. And that came back competent, no problems. And then we had this big long stretch where we had a brief interlude where she attacked her lawyer. I think it was February or March. I think it was February. She attacked her lawyer. Sort of. It was kind of a half-ass, and the lawyer was like, all right, no way. And then the officers took her down and squished her over in a corner and like, Taylor, settle down. And so apparently she had a mental break. She freaked out and she didn't know what was happening because suddenly when she was on the ground, she went, oh, okay, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm cool. Yeah. I've come to my senses. That was the lamest lawyer attack I've ever seen. I think it was purely faked. And then the court gave the lawyer the chance to withdraw from the case. And the defense lawyer said, yeah, I'm out of here. And so he hit the road. They appointed a new lawyer. And in July, I believe her brother died. And the new lawyer made the arguments that a lot has happened since last November. She's been on a steady decline since last November. She attacked her lawyer. Her brother died. She's not doing well. She's getting worse. That evaluation is old. So we need a new evaluation. And the judge said, okay, you get a new evaluation. That was done last week. We're going to watch the video of that in just a little bit. The results of that, spoiler alert, was, as I said at the beginning, the expert paid to give testimony on behalf of the defense that was paid for by the defense came back saying the defendant was not competent to stand trial. Well, the court had also appointed a psychologist to do an evaluation, and that person will give their report at a hearing this coming Friday. That sort of brings us up to date on the bare bones background of this case. That's kind of it in a nutshell. I may have got a few of the details wrong because, like I said, I didn't have enough time to review this as much as I wanted to. Go back over my notes and some of the earlier videos. I've done a few Taylor Shabusiness videos. If you want sort of a live, real-time stuff, go back. There's a Taylor Shabusiness playlist. You can go back and check that out and watch some of the older videos where we talk about these things as they happened. So, all right, that leads us to where we get demonetized. Straight up, this stream is going to be demonetized. So this is all coming from super chats here. So thank you so much. Let me read these super chats that came in here real quick. And I don't mean I'm reading them real quick to get through your stupid super chat. No. I'm reading them with much thanks, gratitude, and graciousness so that we can move on to the gory details. That one chick with a $10 super chat says, oh, we already read that one. Gather around, Kitty's Daddy Vice is going to tell us a story. That is true. And Crafty Lady says, how about a deconstructed cocktail? Yeah, we can do it. It's like a thing of whiskey, a little bit of sugar and some fruit, something like that. All right. Yeah. Well, I see what I see what you did there. Took me a while. I was thinking literally. Oh, I like the way you think, Crafty Lady. I like that. Luis Cuevas says, I can fix her. Well, stand in line. Stand in line. Everybody thinks we can fix her. See, even John Gordon says, no, I can fix her. Hey, just stand in line, peeps. Stand in line. And Fred Jabooby says, has someone had a public defender and their own attorney in a case? No, that's why that was the very first thing that they had to resolve is whose case is it? Is it the public defender's case or is it the private attorney's case? And the private attorney, it was after all of this, she's incompetent, she's not cooperating, she's not adding to her defense. We needed an evaluation. It was at that point the private lawyer said, I'm out of here. It's all yours, public defender guy. So they got that resolved. Jamie, that question will be answered soon enough. All right, that ends phase one of the trial preparation. Ooh, let me shake that off and have a little drink. Daiquiri is the best daiquiri. Everybody should have a cocktail of the day. As a matter of fact, I made extra, so I'm going to pour it in here now that I've done that. All right. Nothing like ending the evening with a little delicious cocktail and a bit of myrrh. Okay, and for those of you that have joined since we started, hi, I'm Legal Vices, and I'm going to be covering this trial gavel to gavel, beginning to end. We're going to do it, and we're going to have another Taylor SHABUSINESS pre-trial thing coming up on Friday. And what we're going to be doing on Friday is we're going to go over a couple of motions. One motion to limit all of the evidence that was found when the police executed a search warrant against Taylor SHABUSINESS's house. Clearly it was denied because they're still using the evidence. And the second motion that we're going to look at is the motion to dismiss one of the charges. To charge we can't. Okay, we're already demonetized as hell. Probably. Well, not yet, but we're going to be because of the next section. SA sexual assault. Try. That they wanted to have the judge dismiss the sexual assault charges against her for reasons that we'll talk about after we talk about the criminal complaint, because the criminal complaint is important to understand why they would make this. I do need to go get a prop. So I'm going to turn you loose here for just a couple of seconds. I'll put on the trailer music and I will be right back with my prop. Go nowhere, please. Nobody leave. It's going to take like 15 or 20 seconds. I'll be right back. Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. I know some of you are thinking, oh my God, is he going to get that prop? No, not that prop, a different prop. All shall be revealed, but it's already been revealed because one of the people in chat suggested it. And so I went and got it. All right. No, Tony G, I just said it's nothing like that. Dang it. I can't go to the toilet in 15 seconds. Okay, there is no good way of segueing into this. If you're squeamish and don't want to hear some incredibly gory facts, now's the time to leave. This is your one and only trigger warning. We are going to be talking about some horrific shit. like I said, every time we've talked about this charging document, every time we've talked about the criminal complaint, we get demonetized for that stream about that fast. And you'll see why as we go along. It's a knife check. Well, now I have two knives because the prop was a knife. But yeah, we've got my buck knife here, which is always within arm's reach, and the prop for today's show. So thank you so much for that, Fred Jabubi. What an awesome suggestion. And Wolfram, I Can Fix Her, pulls out the log chains and oils the hinges on the bear cage. Well, that's kind of what she did. That's how they all got into this here. All right. Again, let me adjust the stash here, get the daiquiri out of it. All right, let's do this. Done beating around the bush. We've got 700 likes so far. God, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate that. That's well beyond the goal I had of 600. So keep those likes coming because YouTube likes it when there's lots of likes. And I like it when YouTube likes the likes. So there we go. And let's see how we're doing on the like and subscribe poll so far. When I asked if you had stabbed the like and subscribe poll, 14% of you said yes, it's tailor-made for vices. 12% of you said yes, I'm ahead of the game. 19% of you said yes, she probably had a nibble. And 55% of you said none of you should business, but yes. All right. As you can tell, now I'm stalling because I really don't want to read this again. But yes, I do. I'm way too excited about the horrific details of this case. This is just so out there, and it's a fact. I know we have lawyers here in the chat. I know we've got doctors and nurses here in the chat. We may have law enforcement officers, and I know we've got veterans. Those are the professions: lawyers, doctors, vets, and police officers. Firefighters should be included in there as well. Have the sickest sense of humor. Because we see and hear and deal with terrible situations every day. You're either going to go nuts or you're going to find a way to deal with it. So you develop a very, very sick, twisted, dark, bizarre sense of humor. And I find this whole thing fascinating. Samantha Terry dropping 1,000 CRCs. Okay. For those of you who don't know, that is the Costa Rican colon. Well, I'm sure it's not pronounced colon, is it? That's Costa Rican currency right there. CRC, Costa Rican currency. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, you're welcome because I've been waiting for this forever. Well, and by forever, I mean just a little over a year. And Flux, dark humor. Yeah, Flux has been chastised a little bit too in the Twitter sphere for having a dark sense of humor. But that's what makes our silly little world go around. So, all right, everybody, that's enough. That's enough of me stalling and beating around the bush and giving you fair enough warning to leave. Oh, one last thing. Mary Rigsby, thank you so much for your super chat. I'm so glad that you're covering this. I missed you. I couldn't get into the Melly trial. Well, Melly trial is coming up. That'll be tomorrow. They'll do closing arguments and the jury will start deliberating tomorrow. So we'll be back to Melly tomorrow. Then we'll go back to SHABUSINESS on Friday. And all next week is the Taylor SHABUSINESS trial. It's expected to only last 1 week, maybe 4 days for arguments and 1 day for jury deliberation. And Daraong just is a short little, lovely little heart in chat. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Whew, nothing can, oh, Pastor Flash. It seems to me you don't know the details of the Taylor SHABUSINESS case. Yes, what Nick Ricada was talking about earlier today was pretty horrific. But yeah, I'm afraid this one's worse, I think. In my opinion, this is worse. All right, with that, will you reenact the crimes? No, XCOMer, Triple Z, I will not, but it's good to see you here, buddy. It's good to see. I am no longer your thumbnail. All right, I am bringing up the screen now. This is your last warning. This is your absolute last warning. If you want out, now is the time to do it because we are going in. All right, let's see if we can how much we can embiggen this. Here we go. I think this is as much as we can embiggen it. Can you? Yeah, I guess everybody can read that. Okay. Oh, Adobe Acrobat for Chrome, go away. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, this is the criminal complaint the state of Wisconsin filed against defendant Taylor Denise SHABUSINESS, née Coronado. This was filed. I don't want to do this. March 1st, 2022. Or was it January 3rd? It was March 1st. Okay. I've been here so long that I get my dates mixed up because every country has their own damn dating system. That's March 1st, 2022. Here in Korea, that would be 3rd of January, 2022. So, all right. State of Wisconsin plaintiff versus Taylor Denise SHABUSINESS. Dear God, what has she done? Well, here are the charges. First charge against Taylor Denise SHABUSINESS. Move the camera here where I can see it. First degree intentional homicide repeater. Repeater does not mean that she's committed first degree murder once before. It just means she's got other things that she's worrying about as well. No, that's not what we want to do. We want to do that. No, I'm trying to find a Just trying to find a nice way where we could share. We go. I know because I know you all came here to see me and my handsome mug. So I wanted to make my face as big as possible. We could do this. Is that too small? Well, I don't care. That's what I'm going to do anyway. Can't read that? Fine. Just listen to me. Let's see if I can make it a little bigger. Okay. Now it's too big. All right. Boop. There we go. Slide this down over here. Nope. That's as big as it gets. That's what she said. All right. That's good. Here we go. Let's start reading part 2 of the Taylor SHABUSINESS pretrial run-up. State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Denise SHABUSINESS criminal complaint filed on March 1st, 2022. Complainant Caleb Saunders, an assistant district attorney, being first duly sworn on oath, deposes and says that count 1. There's 3 counts she's been charged with here. Count 1, first degree intentional homicide repeater. Repeater does not mean that she's committed first degree intentional homicide before. The above named on or about Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of the victim with intent to kill that person. Contrary to the law, a Class A felony, and upon conviction shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. No death penalty in Wisconsin. She's convicted. She, along with Chandler Halderson, and other people that have been convicted of doing horrific things in Wisconsin, they go to prison for life. And further invoking the provisions of section because the defendant is a repeater, having been convicted of battery or threat to a judge, prosecutor, or law enforcement officer, which is what we talked about earlier in the first part, dealing with the background. She'd had other problems with law enforcement officers, a few fleeings, a few batteries, a few resisting, a few obstructions, etc., etc. Because of that, they get what's called a repeater tag added onto it. And what that means is, which conviction remains recorded and unreversed, the maximum term of imprisonment for the underlying crime may be increased 6 years if the prior conviction was a felony. So, life for count 1, she would get life in prison plus 6 years. Count 2, mutilating a corpse. This is where it starts to get bad. Mutilating a corpse after he was dead. The above named defendant, on or about Wednesday, February 3rd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did dismember a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Contrary to the law, a Class F felony, and upon conviction, may be fined not more than $25,000 or imprisoned not more than 12 years and 6 months, or both. So now it's life imprisonment plus 18 years and 6 months. See, this is one thing I don't get. The repeater for first degree murder is only 6 years, only an additional 6 years. But if you chop up a corpse you can go to jail for 12 years. You'd think that actually committing the murder would be a little worse, would be punished a little more severely than chopping someone up with the repeater clause. But anyway, it's not. And further invoking the provisions of this, because the defendant is a repeater. Oh, never mind. I completely misread that. That's just the punishment for the crime itself. Okay. Sorry about that. Please ignore everything I just said for the last minute. It's been a while since I've read this. So, yep, for dismembering a corpse, she gets 12 years and 6 months. Now, because of this repeater thing she's got tagged on here, because of the battery or threat to a judge, prosecutor, or law enforcement officer, the maximum term of imprisonment for the underlying crime may be increased. So she can get a bump. Life imprisonment plus 18 years and 6 months plus another little bump. And now, third degree. Count three is third degree sexual assault. Repeater. The above named defendant, on or about Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did have sexual intercourse with the victim without that person's consent. Those words were chosen very carefully. Those words were chosen intentionally. Did have sexual intercourse with the victim. Meaning the victim, before he was a victim, he wasn't a victim, but after he was dead, she did things to him. Yes, a little bit sleepy. That's one way of putting it. She bonked a corpse. So that's where these charges come from. And oh, by the way, for those of you that don't know, if you can hear what sounds like someone choking to death, it's my bulldogs. I have 2 English bulldogs, and they're both snoring at my feet. So any you're hearing, that's my dogs. And soon, a few more super chats will come in, and we'll turn on Doggo Cam, where we just watch the dogs sleep. So, all right, I told you there's no easy way to get through this. We've just got to do it. So yes, she's been charged with third degree sexual assault because she had intercourse with the victim after death. Without the person's consent, contrary to law, and upon conviction may be fined not more than $25,000 or imprisoned to not more than 10 years or both. And further invoking the provisions of law because the defendant is a repeater, having been convicted of battery or threat to a judge, prosecutor, law enforcement officer in Brown County, case number, which convictions remain of record and run reversed, the maximum term of imprisonment for the underlying crime may be increased 4 years if the prior conviction was a felony. Yeah. The amateur iconoclast says that's what Jeff wants us to believe. What does Jeff? I want you to believe none of this happened. I don't know what you want. What you think I want people to believe? I don't want to believe any of this because it's horrific. All right, probable cause. All right, that was the dry reading of the offenses she's been charged with. The probable cause. This is the section where they get into the details about why she was charged. And unhung hero, do me a favor and never, ever, ever use the phrase rigor coitus again. No, do not do that. No, 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 no. Go. Bad boy, go to your room. Oh, dear. Flux, double decapitation. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Thank you so much, Flux. Unhung hero, what does SHABUSINESS? See, that's better. That's better than rigor coitus. You're not allowed to say that term here. That one chick, what the hell is going on in Wisconsin lately? All these trials happening up there. I think it's just because Wisconsin is very, very liberal. Like Wisconsin, Florida, and Texas, all of these things get broadcast, get streamed. So I think it's always been happening. We just haven't heard about it. But now the cameras are on, and we're seeing it more. So it's becoming more in our consciousness. And Nicholas Staroff's trial watch. We should throw her a bone. I mean, all right, guys. Shame on you. especially you, Unhung Hero, for that rigor coitus thing. All right, let's get into the probable cause, you degenerate. This is, we got 1,141 of you here now. Thank you so much, everybody. And again, we're going to be covering this thing gavel to gavel. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification buttons, and do not miss a minute of this. We'll have guests on who will watch this with us and give their commentary as we go along. But let's get into the reasons why the prosecutor thought she needed to be charged with first-degree murder, mutilating a corpse, and sexually assaulting the victim. I really do need another drink. Probable cause. The complainant, being duly sworn on oath, swears that he has had the opportunity to review the police reports from officers of the Green Bay Police Department and other documents supporting the complaint. Referenced herein, which are the types of reports and documents kept in the ordinary course of business, which complainant believes to be truthful and reliable because they have proven to be truthful and reliable on numerous occasions in the past. So the prosecutor is saying, I believe that these reports that the police are giving are true and accurate because they've been true and accurate in other cases in other times. Your complainant also bases this complaint upon statements of TP. TP is the mother of the victim, is the mother of Shad Therian. Bless TP's heart. I can't imagine what it would be like to be her. So the claimant is, this complaint is also based on statements of TP, the victim's mother, who is presumed to be reliable as a citizen witness in this instance. Your complainant also bases this complaint upon the statements of Taylor SHABUSINESS, which were against her penal, unfortunate choice of words, interest. Oh, the jokes write themselves, don't they? But yes, in the world of self-snitching, Taylor SHABUSINESS is the self-snitchiest of all self-snitches that ever self-snitched. And we will see why. She said many things that were against her penal interest. You'd think after being a lawyer for 30 years and law school for 3 years, you wouldn't snicker like a 12-year-old when someone says penal interest, but you know, I'm like 6 years old up here. The complainant further asserts that based upon his review of the referenced reports and or supporting documents, the incidents alleged occurred in Brown County, Wisconsin. Okay, so we've established the jurisdiction of the Brown County, Wisconsin courts. Number one, here we go. Strap yourself in. It's going to get rough from here on out. Your complainant's review of the report of Officer Alex Wanish of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that on February 23rd, 2022, at about 3:25 a.m., Officer Wanish was dispatched to a residence that is located in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, for a report of a severed head being found in a bucket in the basement. And we are off to the races. Somebody found a head in a bucket in the basement. Well, upon arrival, Officer Wanish met with TP, the victim's mother, who allowed officers into the residence. Officer Wanish reports he went down to the basement. Once he reached the bottom of the stairs, Officer Wanish observed the plastic bucket on the floor. Officer Wanish observed a shower/beach towel over the bucket. Officer Wanish lifted the towel and observed a human head inside the bucket. Wanish looked around the room and observed what appeared to be dried blood on a nearby mattress. Now, just so we know here, I'm going to pull up my YouTube studio here, and we're going to do a demonetization watch. You can check the monetization status of each of your videos in YouTube's studio here, and it's 3 levels. They'll do Like green is everything is okay. Yellow is you have limited ads, and red means you're just done. You're ineligible for ads. Your stream is demonetized. I've just turned it. When I started telling you about the levels, that's when I clicked it on. Instantly, we went yellow. Literally, it was green for about 4 seconds. Then we went yellow. All right, so let's see how long it takes to go red. Right, so they've got the head in the plastic bucket on the floor at the bottom of the stairs. 2, your complainant's review of the report of Officer Garth Russell of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that on February 23rd, 2022, Officer Russell was asked to assist by going to a residence on Eastman Avenue in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin. This is where Taylor SHABUSINESS was found. So Officer Russell gathered information that a person identified as Taylor D. SHABUSINESS, date of birth 11/23/1997. And things like this freaks me out. She's almost exactly 3 years older than my son. And it freaks me out that this is like she's the age of my son is now when she did this shit. That is so weird to me. So who was last seen with the victim may be living at the Eastman Avenue address. Officer Russell also learned there was a van associated with SHABUSINESS. Officer Russell reviewed a prior photograph of SHABUSINESS. As officers inspected the van, Officer Russell saw SHABUSINESS emerge from the apartment building, and upon seeing officers, she stopped. Officer Russell could see that SHABUSINESS had what appeared to be dried blood on the front of her black hooded sweatshirt, as well as her black sweatpants. Officer Russell later found SHABUSINESS's hands appeared to be smeared with blood as well. And there was also what looked like dried blood on the back of her sweatshirt. So essentially, Taylor SHABUSINESS didn't bother to change clothes, take a shower, clean up, do anything. She was still soaked and covered in blood when the police arrived. Officer Russell asked SHABUSINESS if she knew why the officers were there. And she stated something that sounded like, because of my warrant for my arrest. Now, that can mean two things. Either it means that she was saying, okay, because you've probably issued a warrant for my arrest because I chopped up my boyfriend. Or, as we were talking, we're not sure why she was out of jail at this point in time. She'd been sentenced to, was it 6 months with work release or 3 months with work release? But at this point, we don't know if she was given an early release or if she'd been out on work release or something and just never went back. So it could mean that she knew she didn't go back. And so that she assumed they had issued a warrant for arrest, but whatever. We'll just stick with the likely. She probably thought they were coming to arrest her for the crime that led to her being covered in blood. Did SHABUSINESS and the victim meet at Home Depot? That's funny if you know. If you know, you know, but that's funny. It's too bad Andrew Tate didn't run into SHABUSINESS. Oh, people, you're so mean. Come on. Party on, Garth. All right. I just can't get over her last name. Well, that's what she chose. She chose that name. Her original name was Coronado. It was Taylor Denise Coronado, and she changed it in 2017, 2018. Was her husband doing meth too? We don't know. He was in jail. Apparently he was. Nicholas Staros trial watch. The defense does have a leg to stand on. Taylor even brought it with her. Yes, she did. Thank you. Thank you so much, I think. She had a better time than Weekend at Bernie's? Gigi, go to the bad girl's room. Shame on you. All right, let's get back to this. One more super chat. Should get doggo cam turned on when we finish reading this. All right. Here we go. Paragraph 3. Your complainant's review of the report of Detective Jenna Luberda of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that Detective Luberda received additional information that TP, again, the victim's mother, told patrol officers that SHABUSINESS's van, which had been parked outside her address for a day or so, was gone. Okay, so the police there is like, hey, you know who did this? Well, my boyfriend, my son's girlfriend, her van was parked out in front of the house for a couple days. She's gone. It's gone. So yeah, the van was gone. Patrol and other detectives were at an address on Eastman Avenue where the van SHABUSINESS had been using was parked. So, the van is now parked where SHABUSINESS is, and where SHABUSINESS had been taken into custody, and the van was later examined. Detective Luberta reports that in the rear passenger seat, behind the driver's seat, there was a crockpot box. Not a crock pot, a crockpot box. Medical examiner Dr. Vincent Tranchita went to the box, which was on top of a laundry basket of clothes, and located additional human body parts, including legs. So in the crockpot box were some legs and other bits and pieces of a human body. Head in the bucket, legs and some other bits in the box, in the back of the van. So that answered the question.
Put the gun down.
I saw you with the box. What was in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
No, what's in the box? Not till you give me the What's gun. In the fucking box? Give me the gun.
We ain't got that question answered. It was legs and some other body parts. Your complainant's review of the report of Detective Phil Scanlon of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that the Detective Scanlon summarized evidence obtained during a search warrant, and the search warrant is going to be the subject of Friday's stream. The search warrant was executed, things were found, the defense wanted all of the evidence that had been collected from the search warrant thrown out. The judge said, no, it's coming in. So we'll talk about the search warrant and the details on Friday. Detective Scanlon summarized evidence obtained during a search warrant executed at the residence in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, where the victim was located. Detective Scanlon reports that during the search, a human head severed from the neck was located in a bucket in the basement near the stairs. The head was identified visually in comparison with a prior photograph of the victim, and it was confirmed to be the victim. According to Dr. Tranchita, there was visual evidence of I almost strangulated there. There was visual evidence of strangulation observed. That gets explained. Taylor SHABUSINESS, she explains what the strangulation was all about in just a bit. So there was strangulation observed. Also located in the same bucket was a male organ, along with body fluid and 2 knives. There was a head, a whole bunch of body fluid, and the other head, the male organ. Yep. Both heads in the bucket. His head and his head. We're just getting started, people. Those of you that were saying this can't get worse, it gets worse. This is the warm-up. Megan Fox in the chat. Megan Fox has been through this with me before. Hey, Megan Fox. We're doing this for old time's sake. Yeah, Megan was one of the original people that went through. Can you believe it's been over a year, Megan? Megan Fox in chat, everybody. The medium smart journalist, not the thumbs, the cool one. All right, so yeah. There was a human head severed at the neck and a male organ and body fluid found in the bucket with 2 knives. Now, for those of you in chat, keep score of how many knives were found. So we got 2 knives in the bucket. Other body parts were found in the basement in other bags, including plastic shopping bags, along with 3 knives. So we've got a head and a head in a bucket. We've got legs and some other pieces in a crock pot box in a van. And then we have other body parts in several bags in the basement of the house. So there were 3 knives, including a bread knife, consistent with kitchen knives. The bread knife comes into play. She talks a little bit about the bread knife as they get going, but we were asked in chat to explain what a bread knife is for those of you that don't know what a bread knife is. If you don't know what a bread knife is, it's a long knife that you use to cut bread. And if you just have like a regular knife, you try to cut bread with it, it smashes it. So you need a blade with big serrated edges. This is a bread knife. It's essentially a saw. That's all it is. It's a razor thin saw, a long serrated knife, as Valhalla Await said. So yes, there was a bread knife there, which that's a bread knife. That was the prop I went to get earlier. Yeah, so if you don't know what a bread knife is, you do know now. This will come into play a little bit later. So keep everything. There's body parts everywhere, and there's 5 knives, 2 in the bucket, 3 in other bags. Let me bring this back up. Oh God, where are we? Okay, along with 3 knives, including a bread knife consistent with kitchen knives. Located in a storage tote, an upper torso was located with the separated head. Oh, I'm sorry, I just skipped a line. The upper torso was located. The upper torso had numerous rigid cuts at the site where the head was removed, consistent with the separated head. So yes, they apparently decided that the severed head they found in the bucket matched the torso that they found in a tote. And why did I do that? All right. The upper torso, okay, also located in the tote was a carving knife consistent with a kitchen knife. That's knife number 6. Located in the tote was a carving knife consistent with a kitchen knife and several internal organs. Legs and bits in a box in the van, head in a bucket, torso and some other organs in a tote, and some other organs scattered throughout the house in other bags. Also located, we're not done yet, folks. Also located in the search was what appeared to be significant blood staining on an unsheeted top bed mattress, along with what appeared to be a site of previously cleaned up blood on a concrete surface next to and under a significant portion of the bed. Evidence of drug use was observed in the open on the top of the entertainment center, including a glass pipe and a gem bag containing light-colored powder material. Also observed was evidence of blood around a stand-up shower located in the unfinished portion of the basement, and what appeared to be numerous blood drops were visible on the concrete floor in front of the shower that appeared to have been partially wiped or washed away. Bernice Conklin says, this girl saying she's not guilty. Well, she originally pleaded not guilty. Then the plea was changed to not guilty by reason of mental deficiency, or basically not due to reasons of insanity. So the defense is not saying she didn't do it. They're saying that she didn't realize what she was doing was wrong at the time she did it because she was crazy. Detective Scanlon reports that during the search, he stayed in contact with Detective Graff and Detective Kemp, who at the time were questioning Taylor Schabusiness. So they're questioning Schabusiness. There's a couple of cops questioning Schabusiness at the same time they're investigating the house, and they're talking back and forth. Detective Scanlon reports that based on Schabusiness's statements and officers' observations at the scene, Detective Scanlon found the information Schabusiness was saying to be consistent with the officers' findings during the search of the basement. So, yeah, Schabusiness is over there talking to cops, going, hey, this is what happened. This is what I did. Listen to all of these things that I'm going to tell you. And then you've got people at the crime scene calling the investigators going, hey, this is what we found here. And the detectives going, yep, that's pretty much what she's telling us, and vice versa. This is what she's saying. And the detectives at the house are going, yep, that kind of matches what we're looking at here. So this is the beginning of self-snitching extraordinaire. Detective Scanlon found the information Business was saying to be consistent with officers' findings during the search of the basement. Paragraph 5, your complainant review of the reports of David Graff of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates this is where it gets a little bit rough, people. Detective Graff was on February 23rd, 2022. Detective Graff reports that he met with the victim's mother, TP. TP stated that around 9:30 p.m. on Monday, February 21st, so 2 days before the murder, Taylor Schabusiness, well, it was a little more than a day because the murder happened very early in the morning, February 23rd. Taylor D. Schabusiness, date of birth 11/23/97, Literally almost exactly to the day 3 years older than my son. That is so weird. Came and picked up the victim. TP stated that the last time she saw the victim alive. So yeah, the last time she saw her son alive was like a day before the murder. SHABUSINESS came, picked him up, and then they went somewhere. TP stated that her boyfriend told her that sometime Monday night into Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, the victim and SHABUSINESS returned to the home and went into the basement. TP believed that SHABUSINESS and the victim were in the basement during the day on Tuesday, and they went in the basement and they didn't come out for an entire day. TP stated that she did not go into the basement, but she did recall hearing SHABUSINESS talking at one point. TP stated that she and her boyfriend were out of the house during the day on Tuesday. So I guess they may have come out of the room while they were gone during the day. TP stated that there was a minivan parked on the road in front of the house during that time, and she's not sure if it was SHABUSINESS's. And this is the bad part. This is the bad part here. TP stated that sometime between 2:30 and 3 a.m. that morning, February 23rd, 2022, she was awoken by a storm door being slammed. So the storm door slams and she wakes up. TP stated that she heard a vehicle and she assumed it was SHABUSINESS's. So TP stated that she got out of bed and saw the light in the basement was still on. TP stated that she went to see if the victim was still there because she thought SHABUSINESS had left. TP went into the basement and did not see anyone, so she started to walk back up the stairs. And that's when she noticed a bucket next to the bottom of the stairs. TP stated she removed a blanket that was over the bucket and discovered the head of the victim. So let's put this in real terms. The mother went down to see if she was still there. Then the mother sees a bucket she doesn't recognize. This kid's mother takes the towel off the bucket, and she is met with the sight of her son's head in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs. Not just his head, a bunch of fluid, 2 knives, and his severed penis. I can't even begin to comprehend that would fuck you up. Just no question about that. Fucking you up doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of what that would be, I would guess. I mean, just, that's pretty damn horrific. She discovered the head of the victim. And then she calls the cops. Detective Graff reports he was then informed that Taylor SHABUSINESS was located by patrol officers and brought to the station. Officer Russell informed Detective Graff that SHABUSINESS had a large amount of what he believed to be blood on her clothing. Detective Graff observed SHABUSINESS had a cut on her left thumb. Well, she'd used, 7 knives so far that we're aware of? So it actually only has 1 cut. It's probably pretty good. Detective Graff also observed some scratches on her arms and hand that, according to SHABUSINESS, were self-inflicted. Detective Graff also noticed on SHABUSINESS's hand a red substance stain that Detective Graff believed to be blood. Now we get into the self-snitching. This is Taylor SHABUSINESS's self-snitching. Xterra Bill says, "Do not date crazy ever." Detective Graff spoke with SHABUSINESS after advising her of her rights. She was read her rights. Detective Graff told SHABUSINESS that a few hours ago, officers were sent to a residence in Green Bay, in which the head of the victim was found. SHABUSINESS's response was, "That's pretty fucked up." Yeah, understatement. Detective Graff asked SHABUSINESS if she knew the victim, and she said she did. Detective Graff confirmed with SHABUSINESS that she lives on Eastman Avenue, and the van that was located was her roommate's. So great. Now her roommate has feet and other bits and pieces of a human body in her van. I'm sure her roommate was real happy about that. Detective Graff confirmed with SHABUSINESS that she drove ST, that's the roommate ST's van to Eastman Avenue earlier in the morning. Detective Graff asked where the rest of the victim's body was. I mean, it's like, did you do this? We need to get her to confess. He's just like, look, where's the rest of the body? You're clearly soaked in blood and there's feet in your van. Where's the rest of them? And her reply. Detective Graff asked where the rest of the victim's body was, and SHABUSINESS stated that it was still in the basement. Detective Graff asked her to tell him what happened, and SHABUSINESS's first comments to Detective Graff were, that is a good question, because she had blacked out during that time. Detective Graff asked SHABUSINESS if it was just her and the victim in the basement, and she very helpfully and very, very much to her own detriment said that it was, and nobody else had come down. Great. So without even being asked to, she completely eliminates anyone else on planet Earth as a suspect in the killing. Was it just you two down there? Yep, just us two. Nobody else ever came down. JKD Buck, the SHABasement. You can go join Unhung Hero in the Bad Boys room. Unhung Hero, he's in the penalty box for rigor coitus. You're also in the penalty box for the SHABasement. Shame on you. Shame on you for talking about the SHABasement. But you know I'm going to steal that. Thanks. Oh, God. SHABUSINESS stated that she and the victim were smoking the bitch. What is the bitch, you may ask? Well, which Detective Graff was able to clarify with SHABUSINESS that he believed she was referring to methamphetamine. So she called meth the bitch. So they were smoking meth, but that's not all. We get into more drugs later as she proceeds to tell them exactly all of the drugs they were doing that day. SHABUSINESS stated that the victim had a chain that he had put around his neck. SHABUSINESS stated they were getting to sexual intercourse. The strangulation was part of the sex act, according to SHABUSINESS. SHABUSINESS stated that she and the victim had used strangulation during sex in the past. Everybody likes a little choking now and then, don't they? I wish I could say that was the end of it, but it gets worse. It gets much worse. Literally. This is the main course now. We've had the appetizer. Now it officially gets worse. Detective Graff asked SHABUSINESS questions about her using ST's minivan and asked if she and the victim had contact with anybody when they first got back to the house. SHABUSINESS then made the statement, "Damn the head," and "I can't believe I left the head though," referring to the victim's head. This is where I would admonish people not to talk to the cops, but don't self-snitch. Certainly don't go, "Oh, God damn, the head. I can't believe I left the head." That will not help your case. That does not make your lawyer's job any effing easier. Yeah, don't do that. First of all, don't kill anybody ever for any reason, unless, they deserve it for self-defense purposes, and make sure it really is self-defense before you do it. But generally don't kill people. And if you do, don't go, "Oh God, the head. Ah, damn it. I can't believe I forgot the head though." Yep. That's the damn the head. And "I can't believe I left the head though." That's probably the worst form of self-snitching you could possibly imagine. If you were trying to find ways to self-snitch, you probably wouldn't come up with that as an answer. Detective Graff then asked SHABUSINESS where the rest of the body was, and she stated it was in the basement. SHABUSINESS responded that the police were going to have fun trying to find all of the organs as she dismembered the body. SHABUSINESS stated all of the parts should be in the basement. SHABUSINESS stated there should be a foot or a leg in the minivan as well. Well, how very helpful, Miss SHABUSINESS. And it's good luck. It's a jigsaw puzzle down there. You should probably find most of it. There's a foot and possibly a leg. Detective Graff and SHABUSINESS asked SHABUSINESS what she did with the head. And Shabusines stated that she had put the victim's head in a black bucket and put a blanket over it. Oh, darn. I forgot what color the bucket was. So in my thumbnail, it's a white bucket. Dang it. Yeah, so cleared up that. Yeah, she put the... Oh, God. Detective Graff asked how Shabusines dismembered the body. Shabusines stated that she used knives that she obtained from the kitchen. So literally she killed the dude, went upstairs to the kitchen, got a bunch of knives and brought him down. She obtained from the kitchen of the residence, and that a bread knife worked the best because of the serrated blade. Yeah, this worked best because of the serrated blade. Well, thank you for the tip, Shabusines. Ugh. Shabusines stated the knives should be in a black bag along with the body parts in the basement. Shabusines indicated that she would use whatever bag she found in the basement to place body parts into. Shabusines made the comment at one point she did get paranoid and lazy, and that she thought it was the dope that was making her paranoid. Or it could be the fact you just chopped up a human body after killing it and were maybe a little bit afraid someone was going to find out. Maybe that had a little something to do with your paranoia. Not saying, but the drugs certainly didn't help. And it wasn't just meth. There was more in her system, which they're going to get to in just a little bit. Shabusines described she and the victim were in the basement. And again, it's getting worse. And that the victim produced 2 chains, one for him and one for her. Shabusines described the chains at the beginning. Oh, speaking of which, it's time to unchain the dogs of war.
Release the hounds.
We shall release the hounds when we finish this criminal complaint. Then we'll watch the video of the hearing, and then we'll turn doggo cam just for all of you for being good. After this, we need a good therapy dog session. We need the cutie little bulldogs to kind of make us feel better and cleanse our palate a little bit. So yes, the victim produced 2 chains, one for him and one for her. Shabusines described the chains at the time as being chain link and silver. Shabusines would later describe the chains as being like a dog choke collar. Shabusines stated that she just went crazy, referring to strangling the victim. At one point during the interview, Shabusines stated that she could feel the victim's heart beating still as she was choking him, so she kept pulling and choking him harder, but the victim would not die, and he just kept rebuilding into muscle. Detective Graff asked at what point did she know that the victim was not alive anymore. Shabusines stated that the victim's face turned purple, blood was coming out of his mouth, and she did not stop. Detective Graff asked what she did after the victim died. Bless all of you. This is where we need the exorcist. Shabusines stated that the victim's face turned purple, blood was coming out of his mouth, and she did not stop. Detective Graff asked what she did after the victim died. After the victim died. Dead. He's already dead. He is now a corpse. What did you do with the corpse? Shabusines stated that she then played with his body. Played with his body. What does that mean? Shabusines stated that she sucked the victim's penis, and that she had a dildo that she put in the victim's mouth and then in the victim's ass. She killed him, and then she sucked his penis and jammed a dildo in his ass. I told you it was getting worse. It's not over yet. Let's see if we've been demonetized yet. Oh, we're still yellow. Weird. Okay. We are still yellow in our stream. This is the longest we've ever lasted. Yeah. Detective Graff asked Shabusines if, when she was choking the victim, if he tried to fight back at all. Shabusines stated that, yeah, he did. He fought back a little Shabusines stated that she and a friend picked up the victim in ST's minivan, the roommate, after picking up the drugs. Yeah, drugs, not just meth. Picking up the drugs, the three went to the Eastman Avenue apartment. Shabusines stated that she, her friend, and the victim smoked marijuana, and she and the victim smoked some meth. We got some meth going through us, and Shabusines' friend left. Shabusines reported that she then shot up herself and the victim with trazodone. Trazodone is a very, very potent antidepressant. So she's got weed, meth, and a massive antidepressant pumping through her system. Shabusines stated that she and the victim left her apartment on Eastman Avenue and drove to the victim's mom's house in ST's minivan. They went to the basement. Shabusines stated that the victim's mother's boyfriend let her and the victim into the house. Shabusines stated that it was about 5 minutes after they arrived. About 5 minutes after they arrived. They hadn't been in the house 5 minutes. 5 minutes after they arrived, the victim pulled out the chains. They couldn't get at it fast enough. And mind you, this is a married woman who has an infant less than 1 year old son. Ugh. So 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes into, they pulls out the chain. Shabusines stated that she began to choke the victim, and she described it as the victim laying face down on the bed with her on top of him, pulling on the end of the chain. The victim coughed up blood, and she was just waiting for him to die while she was watching his face. Shabusines made the comment that she was already this far, so she just kept on, referring to choking the victim. I've already gone this far. May as well just keep going. He's already turning purple and coughing up blood. May as well just keep going. Shabusines said in a lower tone of voice, "Yeah, I liked it." And Detective Graff believed her to be referring to when she was choking the victim. Shabusines stated she thought it took 3 to 5 minutes for the victim to die. She probably wasn't looking at the clock. Detective Kempf clarified with Shabusines that when the victim began to cough up blood, she just did keep on choking the victim because she wanted to see what happens. Shabusines made comments that she blacked out while choking the victim. Okay, so this is the thing. Did she black out and she wasn't aware of what she did? Did she black out and she woke up to find his corpse there? No. She blacked out. Well, we'll give her that she blacked out. Let's say she did black out. She blacked out while choking the victim, but when she woke up, that the victim was already purple, so she kept going. So yes, she blacked out. Fine, give her the blackout. She blacked out. But when she woke up, she kept on doing it. So that gets, as far as I'm concerned, that gets rid of the blackout explanation. So yeah, it doesn't really matter because he was still alive when she came out of her blackout, and she just kept going. Now, this next sentence again, this next sentence reminds me of Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone, she has that video of her boyfriend in the suitcase, and he's like, Sarah. And she does that creepy thing that it would be like a great ending to a horror movie. You've got the evil person with like the body and the Sarah, and she just you can just hear her go shh, and then you fade to black. That would be the ultimate ending to a horror movie. But this kind of reminds me of that Sarah Boone just going shh to her dying boyfriend. Shabusines stated that she enjoyed choking him and made comments to detectives asking if they knew what it was like to love someone so much that you kill it. Have you ever loved something so much that you just had to kill it? Now, again, we talked about her performing oral on his corpse and using the dildo on his nether regions. Yeah, look at this next sentence. It was not a brief thing. SHABUSINESS stated that she played with the victim's body for like 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours after he was dead. She played with his body for 2 to 3 hours, which included sucking his penis and putting the dildo in his mouth and anus. Detective Graff clarified with SHABUSINESS that she was in the basement with the victim all during the day of Tuesday into Tuesday night and into Wednesday morning, and then dismembered the Mormon. The Mormon? What the hell was that? Where did that come from? I saw something in chat which somehow made my brain get triggered. That was weird. She then dismembered the victim's body. Wow, where the hell did that come from? Jeez. SHABUSINESS stated that the plan, she had a plan. I don't know where that came from, guys. Loin fire, right? Now, she had a plan. She wasn't without a plan. And see, this is the problem. When you're going for first-degree murder, we're trying to get off first-degree murder, which requires planning. Don't let the cops know you had a plan. SHABUSINESS stated the plan was for her to bring all of the body parts with her, but she got lazy and only ended up putting the foot and the leg in the van, and she forgot the head. Well, yeah, she planned to bring the whole thing, but she just got a little bit lazy. Fuck it. I'll just take the leg and the foot. SHABUSINESS made comments that she did not mean to kill the victim. Well, the other comments that you've given probably contradict that. She made the comments that she did not mean to kill the victim, but as she was choking him, she liked it, and she would just keep doing it. SHABUSINESS also made the comment that she was not prepared, as killing the victim was random. SHABUSINESS stated that the victim's body on the bed in the basement, that she had the victim's body on the bed in the basement, and she pulled him to the edge of the bed and put the black bucket underneath the victim's head while she was cutting the head off. SHABUSINESS also talked about using a bucket and tote to catch the victim's blood, and she would use the shower in the basement to dump out the bucket. SHABUSINESS was asked if she thought it was the right thing to do, and SHABUSINESS's comment was that she did it anyway, referring to killing the victim. See, that sort of implies that she knew it was. And this was the cops thinking. She's going to go and she's going to give some sort of insanity defense for this. So they were asking, did you know? Because that's one of the elements. You have to be unaware of what you were doing at that time was wrong. Like you have to be so crazy you don't realize that murdering someone and chopping up their body into little pieces and doing things to them was wrong at the time you did it. Not now, not before, but during, at that time. So they're asking her, did you know that was wrong? And her comment was, well, I did it anyway, meaning that she knew it was wrong, but she just did it anyway, referring to killing the victim. Your complainant's review of the records of the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access Program, a website which records the presumed truthful and reliable, blah, blah, blah. These records indicate that defendant Taylor SHABUSINESS was the defendant in Brown County. This is her prior case, and there we are. Poof. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the criminal complaint against Taylor SHABUSINESS. First-degree murder, mutilation of a corpse, sexual assault of a corpse. Those are the three things she's charged with. Those are the three things she's going on trial for on Monday. All right, as we mentioned earlier,
Release the hounds.
It's time to release the hounds. Let's bring up the doggos to kind of cleanse our palate here, and we'll keep. Hey, doggos, are you ready? We'll keep the dogs here, so that we can all look at the little furries. Yeah, again with the phrasing, we can look at the furry little dogs while we do this. Let me activate Doggo Vision, extra camera. And go to camera one. And let me spin it around here because And for those of you who don't know, I have two English bulldogs named Strawberry and Yoda. Yoda is the white one. Strawberry is the brown one. Let me call them over here. Okay, dogs have been summoned. They have arrived they have moved onto their little bed here. So let's bring. There we go. There's my buddies. That's that's Strawberry on the right, the brown one, and Yoda, the white one. They're brother and sister. Hey guys, what's up? All right, that's the doggos. Let's read the super chats that came in. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the flow of that horrific criminal complaint to stop for the super chat. So now we'll address them. Wolfram with the $20. Thank you so much. Release the hounds. That's what got us over the edge. Thank you so much for that. Hans says, Jeff, are you doing a guest spot of last podcast on the left? Sounds like an Albert Fish or Elizabeth Bathory episode. The last podcast on the left would be fun. That would be fun to do. I would love that. I wish I was drunk. Thank you for the €2. At least there wasn't any degloving. Sorry. Yeah, well, that would have been the least of the problems. Ugh. Thank you. And Burdens of Proof is a new member. Thank you so much, Burdens of Proof, for being our newest member. If you want to join the memberships and be Legal Vice's member, we'll try to keep it attached. Go down there and do that. And there's also a merch button. I just released some new Law Racks merchandise yesterday. So there's some Law Racks merch you can purchase down there. Just follow the click that says merch. Volpe Fox. I left the head. Oopsie poopsie. Pretty much is what she was saying. Oh, now don't do that. You're gonna cause me medical bills, dog. Excuse me, just every time they lick each other's ears, it costs me like $150 to go to the vet because they get infected. All right. A little bit sleepy says, just chilling here, enjoying the puns. Yeah, chat. You guys are degenerate. And Voodoo Berries, thank you so much for the Aussie bucks. Should Jesus Christ, I'm just here trying to get into heaven. Right. Yeah, dogs, you guys need some love, little doggos. Those are the super chats that have come in. So, guys, what do you think? There we go. That's what we're looking at for the charges. I told you it was grim. I told you it was brutal, and I told you it was probably the most horrific thing that you've ever read, and it's real. Okay, yeah, lick each other's face. That's cool. Dang. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. That's what she's charged with. Those are the charging documents right there. So now you can see why perhaps the state was the defense is trying to argue that she was out of her damn mind at the time. But I don't think that's going to be, if she's competent to stand trial, which me not being a psychiatrist or psychologist, I'm still pretty certain she's competent to stand trial. So assuming she is, and assuming this does go to trial, I don't think she was out of her mind at the time is going to be an actual workable defense. Because as I said, you have to prove that you weren't aware that what you were doing was a crime at the time. But clearly chopping up the body, hiding bits and pieces around the house, and having a plan to take it all back to your house shows that she was trying to hide it. And you don't hide something unless you know that what you're doing is wrong. So I don't think that's really going to work out. And I don't know if the defense thinks it's going to either, but the trial is scheduled for 5 days, including the jury deliberation. So 4 days for arguments, basically, and then a day for deliberation if it takes that long. Danny Gray has just joined the Clean and Sober members. Thank you so much. That is deeply, deeply appreciated. And let me go through here. And I can't see because I had to refresh my chat in the studio because YouTube are idiots. And their studio thing is behaving improperly. So I don't know if I'll be able to get all of the monthly membership chats that came in, but let me just double check. Oh, I hate the studio. Has YouTube been wonky for you guys too? It's been wonky for me for a while. Examoon, who's been a member of 3 months of the Clean and Sober crew, says, "I wonder what brains taste like. Does it truly taste like chicken?" I've had cow brain before. And Burdens of Proof, thank you again for being our newest member. And I think we got everything. Oh, yeah, Danny Gray's been a new member. Fine, cool. We are good. Awesome. All right. With that, ear Jeff all up in there. Yeah. That's the most I've seen those adorable pups move. Yeah, because now it's been so hot and miserable in the house. We've all just been sluggish because it's monsoon season here, and it has literally rained every day for 3 weeks. Today is the first day it hasn't rained. Literally the first day it hasn't rained in 3 weeks. And this is the first time I've opened the windows and it's actually cool inside the house and there's a breeze blowing through. It feels so good. Solon the Witch says, "American woman, stay away from me. American woman." I can't sing that high anymore. I'm too old. American woman. Oh, never mind. I'm not in a singing voice today. Anyway. Right. Well, as I mentioned last week, there was a hearing, a competency hearing to see if she was competent to stand trial. And the person doing the hearing was the psychologist that was appointed by and paid for by the defense. So the defense hires an expert to determine whether the defendant was competent to stand trial or not. And, surprise, the person they paid for agreed with them that she was, in fact, not competent to stand trial. We're going to watch that. We're going to watch the psychologist report. And I don't want to taint you to what she's saying, but we'll mention it to see if you have some of the same thoughts I have as we go through this. Because I don't buy her story at all. Which I think is why the court has also appointed an expert, as another psychologist, to examine her, and the court appointed psychologist is going to be giving testimony on Friday morning, right before jury selection, which means I think the judge is expecting them to come back with she is competent to stand trial, and they'll move forward with the trial. For those of you that joined us late, we're going to be doing gavel to gavel coverage of the Taylor SHABUSINESS trial all day next week. It's scheduled for 1 week, as I mentioned, 4 days probably for the trial, because there's really not a lot to discuss. Was she crazy at the time or was she not? The end. And then the jury deliberations and the sentencing, if she's convicted, will happen immediately. It's monopoly. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. She will go straight to jail for the rest of her life. Captain, have fun. Legal Vices. I have a farm/ranch with hundreds of animals. We use vinegar spray to prevent ear infections in some of our animals that get them. And well, we'll see if that's cheaper. I'll do some research to see if it actually works. Thanks for that idea. Yeah, if she's convicted, lol. Yeah, well, they could find that she was out of her damn mind at the time it happened. But even then, that doesn't mean she gets to walk the streets free. That just means she goes to the loony bin for the rest of her life. Right. Let's get on with this. This is the hearing. And again, for those of you that have joined us, we're going to be doing this gavel to gavel all day next week. Friday, we're going to be doing 2 motions. We're going to be reviewing 2 motions. One, the motion to suppress the evidence that was collected under the search warrant, which was denied. And I mentioned, okay, now that we've finished, I can mention the other motion. The other motion we're going to look at is the defense's motion to have the charges of sexually assaulting a dead body thrown out. They wanted those dismissed. They asked the court to dismiss the sexual assault charges. The argument I thought was pretty brilliant. It didn't work, but I thought it was brilliant. The argument was, under Wisconsin statute, the definition of sexual assault means the sexual assault of a person. And because the victim was dead at the time the sexual assault occurred, he was no longer a person under the definition of the law. So the argument was there could not have been sexual assault of a person because he was not a person at the time it happened. He was a corpse. Got to give the defense points for trying. The judge said no, but we're going to look at the details of that motion on Friday. I actually like the arguments. The arguments were good. I mean, give the lawyer points for trying an interesting approach. Extending it didn't work, but we'll look at his arguments in detail. All right, let's see here. Share the screen. This is the psychologist that was appointed by the defense to testify about whether or not Taylor Schabusiness, who we can just sort of see here on the right-hand side, we can just sort of see here in the corner here, whether she was competent to stand trial. Totally not Hunter's bag of blow. Isn't it desecration of a body? Well, that was what the mutilation of a corpse charge was. She's already got that one. It's first-degree murder, mutilation of a corpse, and sexual assault. So they've already got her for the mutilation of a corpse thing. And now they may have her for this too. It'll be interesting. I can see the jury acquitting on that charge if the defense's arguments work. But then again, in prison plus what about 30, 35 years minus 10 years? That's still life plus 20, 25 years. All righty. Oh no. Adriana asked, did Taylor beat her up? Oh, don't get ahead of us here. Don't worry. All of this is covered. All of this is covered in this. This is fairly long too. So sit back in. It's like an hour and 35 minutes. So for the next 90 minutes, we're going to be watching this, and then we'll call it a day. Some Yoda cam. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready to go? Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. We've got 1,176 people currently watching and 1,082 likes. That is so awesome. We're over 1,000 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. And do not miss this. Make sure you've subscribed. Make sure you hit those notifications so there's a good chance that YouTube might notify you of the trials. We're going to be doing this every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week, and Friday of this week. And take our little like and subscribe poll too. We'll talk about that. Tammy Doll actually said, I hope we get notifications. Yeah, YouTube does. They're weird. They don't send notifications to everybody that asked for them. They send it to a percentage of the people. And I hate that. It's stupid. Why even do it at all? Here we go.
This is yours, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, R. Could you please state your name for the record?
Diane Lytton, Lytton.
What is your occupation?
I'm an independent forensic psychologist.
Are you licensed in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Are you licensed anywhere else?
No.
Can you briefly provide your educational background?
Yes, I have a doctoral degree in psychology, and I was initially a research scientist at UW-Madison, and then later completed 3,000 hours of postdoctoral training at Mendota Mental Health Institute, and then became a clinical psychologist in the state.
Can you
since 1997, I was hired at Mendota Mental Health Institute and left there in 1997.
Can you guys not hear a thing? JKD Buck says you can't hear a thing.
Where did you go to college?
UW-Madison. Well, my PhD is from UW-Madison, and I have a master's degree in psychology from the University of Georgia, and my bachelor's degree in psychology was at a small college in
right.
southern Georgia.
Some of you can hear it. Some of you say it's low. Some of you
Was
say
that
it's
at Albany State College in Georgia?
Yes, it's a historic HBCU college.
Could you briefly provide the court with any memberships that you're involved in or associations?
because I'm worried that if I
Yes, I'm
boost the
not
volume beyond
currently a member of
100%,
Wisconsin
this guy is going to be
Psychological
really, really loud.
Association, former board member, and I'm also a member of an international science organization, ISBA, International Society for Bayesian Analysis, and members of 2 subgroups of that organization.
Are you also a member of the American Psychological Association?
Not right currently. I'm sorry I didn't take that off my resume, but not currently.
You were in the past?
Yeah, I was in the past.
Okay. Now, moving on, could you briefly describe your professional experience?
Yes, beginning when I was doing my 3,000 hours postdoctoral training at Mendota Mental Health, I worked a year on the adolescent male forensic unit, then worked for several years and was hired as a psychologist on the former civil unit at Mendota. And due to budget cuts, I became a forensic psychologist on the forensic units at Mendota, and was spent 2.5 years on the what's called now the management treatment unit at Mendota, Goodland Hall, where we received overflow competency evaluations needed when the admission unit at Mendota was too full. And also we housed on my unit, we housed the 14 most aggressive male forensic patients in the state. And some
can see
were
Taylor
there,
playing with her
again,
hair,
some
yeah.
were there for competency evaluations. I completed 42 competency evaluations, but the majority of the patients on my unit were NGI, committed, legal insanity.
Have you done any teaching or acted as an instructor in the field of psychology?
Yes, I worked a couple years as an adjunct faculty at the Madison Area Technical College and taught psychology courses, and then a couple more years at Edgewood College in Madison. Also taught introduction to psychology. And I
Steve, you're lucky I saw that JK before I just about lost my shit.
I've conducted many hundreds of evaluations of persons for competency, NGI, sentencing dispositions. I do guardianships for Allegheny County, many hundreds.
Have you been involved also as a research scientist?
Yes, I continue to do research. I call it my fun hobby on the side. I don't get paid for it.
Oh, so you don't do anything unless you get paid for it? So if you do get paid for something, you make sure you tell people what they want to hear?
The overall goal is to advance science in the legal and mental health fields.
This is the defense's psychologist, paid for by the defense.
Regarding kind of boiling it down, how to make decision-making, evidence-based decisions in the legal and mental health fields. The science has not progressed in those fields nearly as much as in what's called the natural sciences, physics, whatnot. I do interdisciplinary research, combining historical history and different fields into.
She likes the discipline.
Controversies in my field.
Have you written any publications or been involved in any presentations that you have been involved in?
Yes, I think about 11, and I have other publications earlier in my career, a variety of them, but I believe that I have about 11 publication or presentations in this field. And excuse me, have long worked with another forensic psychologist who's now retired, but we've been working on the same issues for, I think, 19 years now.
What kind of publications have you written?
Prior to this 19 years in this, working on this controversies to advance science and legal mental health, I did a variety of different, earlier, during my PhD, I have a number of publications in the psychology, basic psychology field, cognitive psychology field, memory, learning, how people develop. And then as a more of an interdisciplinary scientist at UW-Madison in the medical school, I conducted different interdisciplinary projects on different, you can see on my CV, different fields within the family medicine, published some and presented.
Dr. Litton, have you prepared a curriculum vitae or a resume?
Yeah, a real brief one.
Okay.
All right, now we're going to start getting into the meat and bones of Taylor.
Your,
More thing?
well, let me just ask another question. Your curriculum vitae has a sticker on it, an exhibit sticker, number 1. Your curriculum vitae is several pages, correct?
Yes.
If I indicated to you that it's 5 pages, would that be accurate?
That's about right.
And your curriculum vitae contains all of the information that you just testified to, correct?
Yeah, well,
Even
that's just like
your address, your education,
your opinion, man.
educational background, memberships, professional experience, and publications. Is that fair?
Yes.
I would offer exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No.
1 is received.
We're going to say something additional.
Well, when you asked me about teaching, I kind of forgot. One aspect of my last 19 years of doing my current research and numerous presentations, some of those presentations were done to groups of attorneys to teach them how to make evidence-informed decisions in the field, in the legal field. So I've done a number of those types of presentations to both defense attorneys and others.
Okay, thank you. With regards to this case, did you have the occasion to meet with Taylor Denise SHABUSINESS?
Yes.
How did that come about?
You paid.
I originally was asked to be involved in the case by her former attorney, Quinn Jolly, to examine her, evaluate her for both competency and NGI, not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
That's what it is, mental disease or
And then when he left the case and you assumed the case, then I agreed to work continue on the case for you.
Did you initially have contact with Taylor Denise SHABUSINESS in February of 2023?
Yes.
Could you describe the contact that you had with her at that time? Do you know the specific date?
I'd have to look on my report if that's okay.
Sure. Refresh your memory.
Sure. I met with her for 3 attempted interviews. The first 2 were in February 7, 2023, and then another attempted interview February 13,
attempted interview
2023. And she refused to talk with me on all 3 occasions. despite after the first two attempted interviews, her attorney, Mr. Jolly, met with her. She had thrown a chair at me during the first attempted interview.
Was that on February 7th of 2023?
Yes.
So those of you that asked if she attacked the psychologist, there you heard it. She reportedly threw a chair at this woman. You got to act crazy, or nobody will think you're crazy if you don't act crazy, right? Right. Yeah. Well, we'll talk more about that chair throwing here in a bit. Again, I think it's a bunch of crap, but what do I know? I'm not a psychologist.
Okay, what happened there?
This was done in a private conference room at the jail. And
oh God, a steel chair! He's gonna kill him.
During all three of these attempted interviews back in February 2023.
Hey, I've even got a cowboy hat on.
But the first time she entered the
JR.
room, didn't greet me. Seemed to, she acknowledged I was there and sat down. We both sat down. And I went through, even though she was nonverbal, wasn't talking to me, she would nod her head. So I went through my.
We need to use slobber knocker more. That's a great term.
Explaining the reason for my evaluation, her rights to confidentiality, and so on. And she again nodded that she understood. Then when I started the interview, my usual asking her date of birth, her race, she then suddenly got up from her chair and yelled and went to the corner of the room, picked up fortunately it was a plastic chair, and then she threw it at me across the room. It did not hit me. She then calmly sat back down, and I rang for the guards, and it took them a couple minutes to get there. Meanwhile, I sat back down too, and then asked.
Well, those are some shitty guards if it takes them a few minutes to get there. Like, where the fuck were they? Where were the guards if it takes them a couple of minutes to get there? And doesn't this just sound like a staged wrestling thing? She was over there. She ignored me. She just looked me in the eye. She grabbed a plastic chair and she threw it across the ring. It didn't hit me because I dodged it. And then let's go, Brandon. Thank you so much for the super chat, brother. Like Jeff will not stream the trial if you savages don't hit the like button. So if you like the severed heads and necrophilia, just hit thumbs up. Thank you so much, Brandon.
Sure about why she had done that. I did notice her physiological response was bizarre, which she didn't have any after just doing that, being extremely angry, throwing a chair at her evaluator, her defense routine evaluator. She sat there very, no response, just blank face, no physiological response of a person who had just done such a thing. The guards then came in and they agreed that I should terminate the interview. But then as we spoke more with the guards, they suggested, well, I could meet with her in the secured attorney's booth, we call it. So I asked her if she would be willing to talk to me if we moved to the secure booth. And I had to ask her a couple times, but then she agreed, again, nodding. So then I moved to the secure booth. And when she came in, she again remained nonverbal, despite 10 minutes before saying she would talk to me. I did some goofy Dr. Litton stuff with her to try to disarm her, to engage her.
Wait, what?
And she just remained nonverbal.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. By the way, her name, for this to be funny, we have to be aware that her name is Dr. Linton, I believe. Yeah, Dr. Diane Litton. This is Dr. Diane Litton. And for that to be funny, this is just a random thing. I don't even know why I'm bothering this, but I did like the. What was that?
And when she came in, she again remained nonverbal, despite.
This is someone who's evaluating the sanity of another person. Just saying.
Minutes before, saying she would talk to me. I did some goofy Dr. Linton stuff with her.
She did some goofy Doctor Who. She did some goofy Doctor Who. Great. All right, that's enough. We'll just let it play through. I'm just being silly.
To try to disarm her, to engage her, and she just remained nonverbal, and we finally terminated the interview. Then Mr. Jolly met with her twice to ask why did she throw a chair at me. She couldn't really say.
Because I'm
and he met with her
crazy.
Twice over 2 days to verify she'd be willing to talk with me. So I returned on February 13, 2023, and at that time, the guard asked my name. The guard went back to her Miss SHABUSINESS cell, and she refused to talk to me again.
You said there were 3 times that you had contact with her, February 7th, February 13th. What was the other date?
The other one was when you had taken over the case, and then she again agreed to talk with me, and that was, I interviewed her then for several hours with you in the room, I think it was June 19, 2023.
And tell me about that interview on June 19th of 2023.
I had asked that you be present to encourage her. At that point, she had a good relationship with you. Similarly, she had earlier had a good relationship with Mr. Jolly, who she knew from a prior family connection, which of course changed when several days after my attempted interviews with her in February 2023, that's when she attacked Mr. Jolly in the courtroom, and he left the case. So when I interviewed her with you present, my conclusion from observing her reactions to my questions, what she offered during the interview, led me to conclude that yes, she met the criteria for consideration of the special plea, not guilty, NGI, I call it. But then I also concluded at that time she was not competent to proceed to trial.
So, correct me if I'm wrong here, Chad. Her basis for saying she's not competent to stand trial is that she refused to talk to her 3 times, threw a chair at her once, and didn't seem to give a shit about what was going on. Again, it has to be, she doesn't understand the nature of the proceedings against her, and she is not able to assist in her defense. D there says, Illegal Vices, I wonder how the conversation is when a lawyer asks her client to be analyzed to be out of the court hands. Likely not direct asking, but sure there are some hints. Yeah, well, we're going to talk a little bit more about all that went into it, but I'm not buying this at all.
Can you tell me what was the foundation for that conclusion or opinion that you had?
Yeah.
The foundation included her looking in detail at her extensive records going back to childhood, looking at the pattern of her behaviors.
Now, her being mentally ill has nothing to do with whether or not she is mentally competent to stand trial.
Of her Nicolay inpatient records, psychiatric records, that I think were from 2021, and looking at those records, her jail records, And then just the manner in which she has presented to other evaluators in this case and a previous evaluation she had for custody of her son. And then the observations that I made during the interview with her when you were present showed signs of an active psychotic disorder. They included some most predominant things were that other evaluators in this case had also observed too. Her, what we call tangential thought disorder, where she would derail and bring up totally unrelated topics and really bizarre statements. She had difficulty paying attention and concentrating during that 2-hour interview. She gave, when I looked at.
Okay, now there's an important thing to note here. Like Christine Bear says, I think she was high on drugs, but not insane. Elsie Merritt says, so she has the mens rea. I know you're talking about there, but the important thing to bear in mind is what they're talking about now is not, was she mentally incompetent? Did she have diminished mental capacity at the time of the murders? That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about right now. Her mental status right now. At this point in time, does she understand the nature of the proceedings? Does she understand the nature of the charges against her? And is she able in any way to meaningfully assist in her defense? Those are the questions. So what she did when she was a kid, all of that literally has no bearing whatsoever on whether she is competent now to stand trial.
My notes from that interview, and I compared them to Dr. Tracy Lucetta's earlier 2022 competency evaluation. Ms. SHABUSINESS, in my interview with her, very similar type of responses that she gave both to me and previously during Dr. Lucetta's evaluation for competency, but also other competency and NGI evaluators in this case what we call thought disorganization.
Well, I'm not competent to stand trial either if thought disorganization is the basis.
Very unusual case. Her manner in which she presents herself, and that includes not only what she says to people, including jail staff, their mental health people.
Well, let's go. Brandon says, so if I kill someone, then go insane after the fact, I can't be tried. What the fuck is that? It doesn't mean you just go free. It means they put you under psychiatric care until you're competent to stand trial, and then you stand trial. So this isn't a way out for her. It just puts her under psychological care until she's cured, which could be her entire damn life. So yeah, she would be in psychiatric care until she is competent to stand trial. Then she stands trial. That's normally what happens.
She was an inpatient for 21 days at Nicolay for psychiatric treatment. And then with the evaluation in this case, she has a very unusual, psychologists call it affect, the emotional expressions that are on her face don't match what she's talking about. Again, other evaluators have noticed her tendencies to go off track and not always coherent. And we call it thought disorganization, and I noticed that quite prominently during the 2 hours I spent with her. I also
my thoughts are a mess.
Mr. Jolly over his time on the case. He had met with her weekly meetings with her during his months on the case, other than for a couple months when he was unable to meet with her because she was in seclusion at the jail. And then I also interviewed you. With Mr. Jolly, as the time continued with him on her case. Sometimes she seemed coherent and lucid during their conversation, seemed to know what was going on. But then she also would suddenly, and he only interviewed her in the attorney's booth, but sometimes he said that sometimes she would just suddenly stand up and scream.
Ooh, just like someone would do if they were pretending to be crazy.
On the what you call that, the thing in there, hit her head. And I asked him, Mr. Jolly, what had they been talking about when she suddenly then got up and screamed or banged her head? And the context of what they've been talking about was not about, like, say, the details of her case events. It was nothing that would have elicited somebody to suddenly get up and scream. He also really, both of you, Mr. Jolly and now you, Mr. Fralick, both of you reported difficulties with her ability to pay attention and concentrate. The major problem, and this is why I raised competency again.
The major problem is what?
Although she seems to know and remember some basic courtroom, like the people, the judge's role, although that one had a paranoid flavor to it, the judge's role. But she seems to know basics about courtroom procedure, well, not courtroom procedures, but legal stuff, like what's not guilty mean. She has a rudimentary understanding of an NGI plea, although I had to explain it again.
See, that I can't pause this on a normal facial expression. I legitimately cannot pause this on a normal facial expression for this person, apparently. No matter where I pause it, it's something weird. Yeah, Tina Lewis says, hi, Jeff. I just joined the stream about 20 minutes ago, and you probably already addressed the question, but are you planning on covering Melly's trial tomorrow in real time? Thanks. Yes, there is no Melly trial today. We're doing this today, Melly Thursday, and more SHABUSINESS on Friday, and then all next week is Taylor SHABUSINESS. But now we're going to go back here a little bit because she's explaining that Taylor SHABUSINESS kind of understands what's going on.
Flavor to it, the judge's role. But she seems to know basics about courtroom procedure, well, not courtroom procedures, but legal stuff, like what's not guilty mean. She has a rudimentary understanding of it.
Seems like she has some kind of understanding.
I had to explain it again. I had to explain that in the 2-hour interview. And I often had to explain these terms again, but she seems, based on my 2 hours interview with her, your impressions of her, Mr. Jolly's impressions, the other evaluators, she seems to have some understanding, very rudimentary, about different plea options, about roles of different people in the courtroom. However, my opinion about competency rests on that I don't think she lacks insight and judgment and the mental capacity to understand the legal proceedings. That's where my opinion, strong opinion, is that despite her knowing the basics about competency, what a judge does, what a guilty plea is, she still exhibits this fundamental lack of insight and judgment about her cases, about how to act in court, about how to help her defense attorney.
See, she's literally saying she understands all of these things, but she doesn't understand these things. This doesn't make any sense. And those of you that have been noticing here in chat, I need to go figure out what the hell's wrong with Yoda. I'll be right back.
Dr. Litton, were you aware that Ms. SHABUSINESS was the subject of a civil commitment order in 2021?
Yes.
And she was by order of the court, required to be in a psychiatric facility or hospital for a period of time?
Yes, and it also came with an order to treat.
A medication order, is that correct?
That's correct, and that's that's not done every day. Both the Chapter 51 commitment, which I was involved in many of those when I worked at Mendota Mental Health and subsequently, and then to go, so that's a mental health commitment, but then to go a step further and for psychiatrists to get an order to treat, that's another step, and it's not done very often. So that was very telling, or a good piece of evidence that in 2021, she had a mental health commitment.
That's odd. It's just blood on his fur. Which must mean it came from
inpatient. The psychiatrist
weird.
had
Whatever.
considered discharging her to Bayhaven, I believe, for drug abuse treatment, but they didn't do it. They decided not to do that. So, and then she went off, apparently she went off medications when she was released from Nicolay.
Do you know what kind of medications she was on when she was at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
I'd have to refer to my report, but the medication they used included an antipsychotic medication. She's been on Seroquel. At one point she was prescribed Abilify. These are, and in jail now, she told us that she was also recently prescribed an antipsychotic medication, but she has a history of not complying with taking that medication.
Was that other medication, do you know if it was olanzapine?
It could have been. I said she's been.
Okay, so this is another explanation for why she was acting all, stone-faced, lack of expression. She could have been drugged out of her fucking mind.
Prescribed olanzapine, Seroquel, Abilify.
You called it, Eric.
During her past, and apparently going all the way back to when she may have been a teenager, and we're still trying to get those records from Bellin, inpatient child adolescent unit, where she was admitted in 11th grade after she obviously exhibited some psychiatric symptoms. And then even earlier than that, she has an admission apparently when she was in 7th grade, but we don't have those records yet.
Dr. Litton, when you met with her, including on June 19th of 2023, did you have any concerns about her affect, her overall affect?
Yes, and that's a term that psychologists, psychiatrists use. It means the facial expressions and maybe even, motor things. And yes, it was striking. And both going back to my 3 attempted interviews with her in February, and I looked at videos, online videos of her appearances when she comes into court, after she attacked Mr. Jolly in court.
After she faked attacking Mr. Jolly in court. See, I don't, is any of this persuasive to any of you? She acted like she didn't care. She threw a chair. She didn't talk to her. She didn't react to anything. She's on a bunch of drugs, apparently. And she understands what not guilty is. She understands what the insanity plea is. She understands what a lawyer does and what the court does, but yeah, she doesn't understand it. This makes no sense.
And there's a strikingly odd, and it has been noted by other evaluators in the case, this really strikingly odd facial expression. She sometimes is smiling, and the smiling does not fit whatever they're talking about. Jail staff have noticed that. It can be quite rapid in just a day or two, rapid change. But in our interview with her, the 2 hours, I noticed the same thing, that her facial expressions were not consistent with what we were talking about.
What does that mean? Not
Just
consistent
the
with what we're talking
content
about.
of what she was talking about was sometimes, quite often, was quite bizarre. She would sometimes kind of smile. I also noticed in the word smirky, a smirky appearance on her face.
I'm sorry, because she had a smirk on her face, that means she's not competent to stand trial. See, this is just getting me aggravated.
Evaluators have noticed that, they call it smirky. I've noticed that too. I didn't notice that a lot in the interview, the 2-hour interview, but it was there. So there's a very, to me, very striking difference in how she appears to people versus her actions.
I'm sorry.
Well, and what's being talked about at the time.
Did Ms. Shabusiness say anything about her mental health? What she
Monday.
thought?
Well, we know what button I just pressed, everybody, don't we? We all know what button that was. That's the thumb button that I keep not disabling. That's like twice. F's in chat for me. All right. F's in chat for me. All right. Let me get all this stuff back together again. Hang tight while I pull up the oldie video. All righty. Yeah. Sorry about that. Stop touching things.
Prior discussions that she had with mental health professionals?
She's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder in the past. And sometimes she has announced, I think in the interview with her, the 2-hour interview, I think she said bipolar. Sometimes she seems to agree with that diagnosis. Other times, and she's also said schizophrenia. But then other times in the past, she has then said, I don't think I am.
Well, that's your job, is to decide what she is, not her job to tell you what she is. Is she borderline? Is she bipolar? Is she psychotic? It doesn't matter what she. Right.
You looked at the records from the Nicolay Psychiatric Clinic, correct?
Yes.
When she was on a civil commitment, was she getting a shot for medication purposes?
Yeah, she has a long pattern of not being compliant consistently with prescribed medications. So they offered her an injected, longer lasting medicine. In the interview, the 2-hour interview I was able to do with her, she shared that she had just been put on olanzapine, which is another antipsychotic, 3 days before that interview on June.
Again, so she's drugged out of her goddamn mind during these interviews. So maybe that explains why she was acting like a zombie.
Again, I have asked you to get the more recent jail records, which we don't have yet. But
also, you don't know really what she was on.
The psychiatrist at the jail thought it could be useful for her. I do not know if she is still on the medications at this time. I don't know.
Did you assess Ms. Shabusiness's memory? And if you did, what comments do you have about that?
Yeah, I did that informally. I didn't administer any tests.
So you don't even know if she was drugged out of her head when you were examining her?
Remote events in her life, her memory for more recent events did indicate some gaps in her memory and problems with her memory.
See if she mentioned that she was under care.
A little known fact about a person who may be psychotic. Well,
Maybe.
I evaluated many people who were psychotic. Sometimes when they're in a psychotic episode, they do have memory gaps. So that could explain some of her memory issues. She's had a very predominantly, very startling problems with her memory, her recall of events. Other evaluators think that have said it could be just all faked, feigning, fake.
Yes.
But my observations of her and reading all her records is that she seems to have some genuine memory impairments.
How about any assessments with regards to her speech when you would talk with her?
Yeah, the speech was very strikingly odd again. The content of the speech during the 2-hour interview with her, she would what we call derailed frequently. She'd all of a sudden blurt out something that was totally unrelated to what we were talking about. She thought
You're
that
repeating
she
yourself.
was hearing she seemed, from my judgment, she seemed to be paying attention, attending to both auditory and visual hallucinations. They were, somewhat strange.
What? Who? What? Oh, look at me! I'm insane. I was paying attention to audio hallucinations.
At the jail, Nicolay. So the speech, she when you talk with her, she it's not to the point of what we call word salad, which is an unusual aspect of some people with a psychotic disorder where you can't understand them at all. It wasn't to that extreme. I don't think it ever has been, looking at her records.
See, like everything she's described is something that I would do if I was trying to fake being insane. Oh, I'm hearing voices. You can't hear them, but I can. Oh, and I'm paying attention. I'm not listening to you. And oh, I'm being really stoic and not responding to your questions. Oh, and here's a chair being thrown at you.
So it's not word salad. So it's coherent to the listener's point of view, but the content of it was bizarre. She also showed an elevation in the volume of her voice when she spoke about the apparent auditory and visual hallucinations. Over the 2 hours, she got more and more scared, upset. She had a much more difficult time apparently controlling the voices and the visual hallucinations she was experiencing. That I could see on her face that she seemed genuinely upset, scared, just very distracted by what she was seeing and hearing.
At least during the interview that you had with her on June 19th, can you give me any specific information as to what she said that may have been odd, or to kind of back up these hallucinations that you're testifying about?
When I asked her about auditory visual hallucinations, she began to describe different, hearing a train whistle that got progressively louder during the interview. And it sounded like, it seemed from her point of view, that she was actually seeing a train.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Towards the end of the 2 hours, that became so prominent that she was very, very distracted about it. She does have some coping strategies for how to deal with that, like when she's in the courtroom and other times. So she described that. Yeah, sometimes I can repress that and control it. She reported what we call command hallucinations that tell her to do things for herself, attack people. And she said most of the time she can control that. She said at one point that regarding the train, she just, again, a real tangent. She said that Johnny Cash died on the train. I think the most, I do not.
Could she hear the train a-coming? Was it coming around the bend? For fuck's sakes.
I think, I know. The most weirdest thing she said at the point where I was assessing her knowledge about how to act in court, since there's obviously been some problems, this became really bizarre because she talked about the incident of exposing herself in court, and she indicated that
she did what? We missed boobs? She exposed herself in court? Oh man, see, this is what happens. This is what happens, court TV and Law and Crime, when you don't stream all of the preliminary hearings. We miss things like Taylor Shabusiness, flashing people in the court. This is so dumb. Right.
that she did it to get the judge to like her.
She flashed her tits to get the judge to like her? That's why she was doing it? All right. This just sounds so absurd. Like not even believable. I have seen a few friends that are bipolar that went off their meds. And when they went into the in the depressive stage or the manic state, and it was scary as fuck in every single one of the situations. It was scary as hell. I've had a few friends that were schizophrenic who would have auditory hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, and visual hallucinations. And it was clear. It was nothing like she's describing here. I mean, nobody saw it. Anyway, all right.
And then at that point, I asked you, her attorney, to describe courtroom behaviors. And she said, you know, again, I have those statements in my report. I don't know if you want me to butcher this a minute here, give me a minute here. This was one of the more, and this is where I concluded that she lacks the
her birth name is Coronado.
Judgment and the mental capacity to understand the proceedings. I asked her about, I was going through the plea options with her, and by the way, even though I was doing an NGI evaluation, I assessed competency to proceed to trial in all of my forensic evaluations. If they're just for NGI, I still evaluate the person for competency, doesn't matter. So I was asking her about the plea options. Again, you know, she gave some on track answers. But when I asked her about what the NGI plea means, she said, titties.
I don't know why that's funny, but it is. See, that sounds like something. Sounds like something I would do if I was trying to fake being crazy. Jeff, what does diminished capacity mean? Titties. What's the role of a judge? Titties. That's what I would say. Oh no. Where's Flux? Flux is here. She's probably working. I know she's listening. Oh man. Fred Jabubi says, is anyone successful to use the I was too high to know what I was doing defense? That's actually a thing. I can't remember much about the case law on that, but yeah, that's, people have tried. Can't recall how successful they were. Tourette's Majestic, the psychiatric commitments is kind of persuasive. That is then. We are talking about right now. Does she understand the nature of the court proceedings? Does she understand the charges against her? Not does she agree to doing it? Not was she crazy when she did it? Whatever. Does she understand what she's being charged with? And can she contribute to her defense? That's essentially all we need to worry about. So, the fact she was locked up before doesn't have anything to do with now. It's like, and what all she said now is she understands what a judge is. She understands what a not guilty in a guilty plea are. She understands basically what diminished capacity is. She understands court proceedings. She understands what her lawyer's doing, but she doesn't understand any of it, really. And she saw a train with Johnny Cash on it. And titties. Yeah, it's just not making much sense to me. Unhung hero, attention deficit decapitation. Yeah, thanks. Greg Hansen, watching the Nicholas Cruz interrogation. Also, someone faking being crazy. Yeah, watching the Nicholas Cruz interrogation. And Sonny Air Chris Classic. I know way more than you, so trust me, I know what's best. No, non-believed in this BS. And Grant Rasha, legal advice is do a Google search, Taylor Shabusiness. They have pictures of her attacking her lawyer in court. Yes. And it has pictures of her taking selfies. Yes. Okay. Yes, I've done that. That's you'll notice my thumbnail is a picture of her taking a selfie at the bottom of a stairs with a bucket next to it. I did that. Yeah, and we've talked about and showed the video of her attacking her lawyer in court. All right, let's continue with titties. Guilty plea means titties.
And means she said titties. And I asked her some follow-up questions about what's
big titties,
appropriate courtroom behaviors. She said show titties in court to judge. And I'm citing, reading from my page 6 here of my evaluation. She recalled doing that in the courtroom, and she hoped it would help the judge's opinions now. That was one of the most unusual things.
This psychologist was just like, oh God, I've got to type the word titties again. Oh, stop saying titties. I have to keep typing this in my report.
I asked her about when she told me about that she had been diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Okay, welcome to the club.
For 12, treated with Adderall. She thought that if she's angry in court, so this is where I was trying to assess her ability to work with you, Mr. Freilich. She thought if she was angry in future court appearances and she cannot understand what is going on, she can ask Mr. Freilich, who will, quote, tap his toes. I asked her about the attack on Mr. Jolly in the courtroom and what her thoughts were at the time. She said, like carnival atmosphere, madness in head constantly. And there's numerous other references.
Now, see, again, I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but my acquaintances I know that have had this type of mental illness, that had these kinds of hallucinations and things, they weren't incomprehensible like this. They didn't just walk around saying titties, titties, show bobs. Open milk trucks. They didn't walk around saying shit like that. They were very articulate. They were very well spoken, but the movie they were watching was different than the movie I was watching. And it wasn't incomprehensible. It's just they were living in a completely different reality. They spoke normally. It just wasn't part of my reality. So I don't know. This is just sitting weirdly with me, this whole thing.
When I briefly discussed the current legal charges with her, she said that she had a thing with Jeffrey Dahmer about a year ago. And just
but this is a thing that's been talked about from day one. She and other people have mentioned that she had a fascination with Jeffrey Dahmer. That doesn't help her defense all that much. Yeah, this was known before she was crazy here. So yeah, we know that she had an obsession with Jeffrey Dahmer long before the murder occurred.
On and on. There were just numerous of these strange comments about.
Well, they're from the same neighborhood. Great success.
Being on the train. She went further into her tangential thoughts about
and Peace Peony has joined the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much for being the newest member.
And so there were numerous examples of that. Those are some of the most prominent ones.
Were you, as part of your evaluation, did you talk to her about alcohol or drug use or abuse?
Yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about your discussions with her on those topics, and then any opinions that you had about that?
Yeah, let me just find it here. She, in my evaluation, and then regarding previous evaluators, she is fairly consistent about it, and I don't have the exact years written down, but she began to use some drugs after her mother's death when Miss SHABUSINESS was in 5th grade. I think THC, she has said she's never been a big drinker of alcohol, but then started to use, she used LSD a couple times, I think in high school or shortly thereafter, but then began to use methane or cocaine, powder cocaine sometime, and I have to look through, find the dates and how old she was. She started using powder cocaine sometime, I think, after high school, and then methamphetamine, and along with THC.
And she was abusive to her drugs too.
In her early 20s.
Did she indicate to you that she used lots of methamphetamine?
Yes. And sometimes she has said that she, could use it 8-9 times in a day sometimes. And then I think, actually, I think it was more around 2020, because her husband, she told us, or she told me, that her husband was a meth dealer, currently in prison.
Well, answer that
she
question.
Started to use methamphetamine a lot around in 2020. And she's had some drug treatment, but then left. She didn't finish drug treatment.
Did she describe how the methamphetamine would make her feel?
Yes, and this is unusual, a little counterintuitive, but she said it made her, that methamphetamine was the only thing that helped her thinking and brought her down enough to be able to think clearly. And interestingly, sometimes in a person with a psychotic mental disorder, sometimes.
See, we're not talking about generalities. We're talking about her, ma'am.
It has a paradoxical effect. I've encountered this in a couple other evaluations. I kind of give an example of a person with attention deficit disorder with Adderall, which is the stimulant prescribed to treat ADHD, which she does have and has been prescribed Adderall in the past. And Adderall is a stimulant, and so you wonder, why would you want somebody who has attention deficit hyperactivity to be more stimulated? It has a paradoxical effect with people.
She's starting to remind me of Tony Soprano's
It
mom.
actually helps them to be less agitated, less up. Well, similarly, with people with a psychotic mental disorder, sometimes a stimulant drug like methamphetamine can act, or LSD. I've encountered this in a handful of other cases where the person with a psychotic mental disorder, this is very similar to what Ms. SHABUSINESS has reported. Sometimes the drug, methamphetamine, can actually help them with their problems with thinking, feeling real hyper, not being able to get things together. Sometimes can help them. To help with that, again, it's a form of self-medication, but it can have a paradoxical effect, and that's what she has described to other treaters. And the use of methamphetamine, she didn't want to take antipsychotic prescribed medication, but she has stated that she took the methamphetamine to help with her thinking, and it was the only thing that helped, she said.
Did she tell you that when she took methamphetamine, it made her feel like she was floating in air?
Yes, and she told me that, but then she has told other evaluators that too.
Did you inquire as to whether she was ever diagnosed with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, and she has been so diagnosed. There again, very confusing, her reports about that. At times she has said that she was unfortunately raised by a pedophile, that she experienced rape by a parent, and then very oddly, she has negated saying that.
So she's lying one way or the other. See, oh my Lord. The person questioning her sounds like Valhalla. What did Valhalla ever do to you? I'm just about done with this lady here.
Found that in an evaluation done for the Child Protective Services in Texas, that was requested when she wanted to keep custody of her baby. Yes. So, what was the question again? Ask me again.
Oh, gee. The question.
Did you find that she did suffer from PTSD?
Yes, and that's been fairly consistent in her inpatient records. Some other evaluators have noticed that or noted it.
So she's basically saying SHABUSINESS suffers from every known mental disorder so far. That's what I'm getting.
And she reported, a tremendous impact and PTSD. But then also I asked her about just a routine question we asked is about head injuries, physical and sexual abuse. And she reported that her spouse hit her on the head several times at least. She never pursued legal charges. So definitely I would say she has PTSD and still does have PTSD, and has caused her a lot of problems and consternation and fear.
You had a chance to review some of her school records, correct?
I did.
What can you tell me about your review of those records?
They were strikingly odd, okay? And the more I looked at them, the odder the feeling got. It's unusual that we get real detailed school records, but Mr. Jolly had requested those, so I have those records earlier. What I noticed was that from kindergarten through 4th grade, part of 5th grade, she was a very good student. She got good grades.
No, she's not gullible or stupid. She's being paid by the defense.
She was well liked, and no problems. And then starting in 5th grade, which was the year her mother died, her behaviors became increasingly, oppositional. To me, bizarre. They increased, as I mentioned in my report, these behaviors increased through middle school into high school, and they were strikingly just aberrant, with saying very nasty things to others, classmates in the classes, to very distracting to other kids, and she distracted other kids, which could be ADHD. That's a common symptom, very distractible. But then she said some really nasty, cruel things to
like
other
titties?
kids. And then also to teachers, as she, from 6th grade through 11th grade, when she was expelled.
This has nothing to do with
she
your
would say some
situation.
really nasty things to teachers. And then also they had her class had a speaker.
Exactly, nothing.
From the community. I don't remember.
No, this was last week.
Police officer who it was. And she later said that everything he said was terrible and, basically trashed him. She would leave classes, just walk out of the classroom, fall asleep in class, very distracting. She got numerous problems noted. And then finally in 11th grade, she came into a classroom just all of a sudden, and she struck another kid several times. Then she was expelled from the class, from the school, I think in Green Bay. And then she apparently completed high school. But this whole change in behaviors.
She's chained.
In 5th grade through 11th grade were very strikingly different, odd. They went, as I say in my report, her behaviors went well beyond just your regular typical bully. It really struck me. And I began to, when I saw her adult inpatient records, her behaviors at the Brown County Jail, the other evaluations in this case, her earlier cases involving battery and stuff like that, she kind of putting it together, I began to wonder, well.
Apparently not. Oh, shit, sorry.
Did she have some other issues that started, the mental illness that she has now? Did that start in 5th, 6th, 7th grade and get progressively worse? I have also, frankly, have considered the possibility of some neurodevelopmental issues. I don't know how much she has been evaluated for that possibility, but I certainly now recommending both, as I did before, and as Dr. Lucetta did, I'm certainly recommending further inpatient assessment and neuropsychological testing, and then referral to a neurologist and possible further evaluation just to rule out that there's something else going on here. Neural development, some kind of organic problems, because things just, the whole picture of her doesn't quite add up.
It doesn't quite add up. Why? Because she might be faking it. I like how she's saying like she's doing things that other people with these conditions don't have. So therefore, I mean, she's doing things that people with these conditions don't do. So therefore, she's extra weird. She's odd. It's odd. She's odd that she doesn't behave the way other people with these illnesses behave. It's odd. It's odd she's doing these things. Ugh.
Were you concerned about whether or not she's got an organic brain injury?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little more?
Sure. It's like we talk about MDs, medical doctors talk about when a person presents, and they're taught this like first week in medical school. When a patient comes to a physician, you look for horses first. In other words, the most common explanation for the patient's symptoms versus zebras, really much less common explanations of a person's behavior. So,
okay, I'm going to say zebra is she has all of these things. Yeah, she's talking about the thing like you know, if you hear something galloping or whatnot, look for horses, don't look for zebras because it's more likely to be horses than zebras. She's saying look for the obvious things first. Look for the easiest explanation first. Well, I would say the zebra explanation would be she's suffering from every known mental illness known to mankind and manifests in weird manners. I think the horse option is she's just fucking faking it all. That meets the fact pattern pretty well. Again, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a psychiatrist, I don't know, but it just appears to my layman's eyes that she's bullshitting her way through this. And hey, miss, I'm getting paid to testify is just going, all right, whatever. This is what she said, and this is what it means.
in Miss Shabusines' situation, there are some obvious things that would be considered the horses. First,
like she's faking it?
Bipolar disorder.
What about faking it?
Been diagnosed with,
Did you concern she might be faking it? Did you ever consider that?
Considered the obvious methamphetamine-induced psychotic disorder, which seems much less likely now that she's been off methamphetamine
Yes.
for over a year. So we look at, okay, bipolar, she's already been diagnosed with bipolar, so some of her symptoms could be that, you know, and her symptoms do seem to fit that. However, you know, you hate to look at the zebras over here, the less common things, but
hey, Will Call Magic, good to see you here. Thanks for the shout out in your most recent video. Appreciate that.
Presentation that she has exhibited with me, with jail staff, back when she was inpatient, as a child, as an adolescent. You know, you look at the zebra would be some neurological, neurodevelopmental issue. She was diagnosed apparently as a child with ADHD, but is there something else going on with her in her brain that could possibly help to explain her very, very aberrant behaviors? And I've seen,
yes, how about faking it?
now probably thousands of people with mental illnesses, including the really bad mental illnesses at Mendota. And things just don't totally add up with her. Or just to say, just the horse diagnoses, the bipolar or some schizophrenia, there seems to be, when you look at her whole history, and the way she's presenting now, there seems to be something else there. So I would recommend at this point, I don't know how it can be done unless it's inpatient, under a thorough neuropsychological evaluation.
Did you consider recommending an MRI of her brain as well as part of the testing?
Yeah, I'm not a medical doctor, so that has to be done by a psychiatrist or a neurologist, but they are a board-certified psychiatrist who's also a board-certified neurologist simultaneous. So that would have to be recommended by a psychiatrist.
Still haven't seen anything to indicate she doesn't understand what's going on and can't explain it to her lawyer.
It's done. It's usually the order it's done. I did mention to you, Mr. Freilich, that if we're able to get her childhood and adolescent inpatient records, you've asked for the Bellin child adolescent psychiatry inpatient records from when she was in 11th grade, but there's also, she has reported earlier that she was admitted to a psychiatric facility when she was in 7th grade. If we can get those records, which I hope we can soon, then she may have had those screening tests when she was younger. We just don't know. But at this point in time, I would recommend thorough neuropsychological testing first step. And then her psychiatrist would have to take it from there, whether or not he would recommend an MRI just to make sure there's not some kind of a developmental disorder, neurodevelopmental disorder that could possibly account for some of her odd presentations.
It's a tumor. She's got a brain tumor. Oh, Jeebus.
Go ahead.
The other issue, I keep on here, is this is also a very interesting, very, very complex case that I recognize from day one. But the other interesting and real confusing aspect of this case is that now we have this woman who's been evaluated, I don't know, by four or five other evaluators, and she was evaluated yesterday morning by Dr. Seipel, again, for his second time. That there's some very unusual things, well, sort of unusual, about her psychological testing that these other evaluators have done that seem to point to possible feigning or faking, malingering, faking of intentional faking of a mental illness. I don't think so.
4 out of 5 experts say she's fucking faking it. But I don't think so. Now I guess we get the part of why she doesn't think she's faking it. Let's hear it, shall we? Oh, we got a few super chats. Then we'll get into the why the good psychologist here doesn't believe she's faking it. Nathan C says she's definitely been the receiver of some trains. I hope you're talking about SHABUSINESS and not the psychologist. Cindy Darkheart, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I've been here trying to think of who she reminds me of. You nailed it, Tony Soprano's mother. Yeah, she reminds me of Tony Soprano's mother. Martin J, damn, get a room, dogs. Oh, that means they're both sleeping. Oh, and we did solve the mystery of the blood. Seconds before I came on stream, I was trimming Yoda's toenails, and apparently I hit a vein on her, one of the toe vein, toenails, and she was bleeding out of her toenail over here a little bit and left a little pool. Then she was laying in it. So that, judging by the paw marks over here, that solved the mystery of the blood. It was from Yoda's cut toenail. All right. So, yeah. Natasha with a $5 super chat. I'm behind, actually super late and gay. Is this the same lawyer she attacked? No, that lawyer is gone. This is the new lawyer she was assigned after that. Yes, I did, LC Mary. Got the blood vein and kind of left a little pool, and then she laid in the pool, so that's why it looked like she had blood on her side. So, no, there's no holes in the dogs there. Everything is where it needs to be. All right, and Hugh Jass says, so is this lady's testimony what the judge is going to rule on next? Well, the judge hears her, and then on Friday morning, the judge is going to hear from the court-appointed psychologist who is going to testify about the results of his examination. And then he's going to decide whether she's qualified to stand trial or not. The state examiner that will be testifying on Friday, she was just talking about that he examined her the day before her testimony. But the court-appointed doctor has also examined her previously and found her competent to stand trial. So I think he's going to say she's full of shit. She's malingering. It's a bunch of crap. It's all an act. She can stand trial. Fully expecting that to happen on Friday. So what will happen is Friday they'll have this hearing. I fully presume the judge will say she's competent to stand trial. Then jury selection will begin immediately with opening statements on Monday.
I think that's what we got going on here. Nope. But the fact that they have said that and that they found that, and so two of the evaluators in the past, Dr. Lucetta and one other evaluator, and the judge read from one of their evaluations, two of them have suggested that in case her manners, her emotions, her presentation changes regarding competency, that they both suggested that further testing or further evaluation should be done. Well, definitely, I agree with that. Definitely. But the fact that she overpresented symptoms of a mental disorder. And I got this interesting quote from Dr. Lucetta's evaluation for competency, where she could not come up with an opinion. Very unusual for Dr. Lucetta, who, like me, worked inpatient. She was the director of psychology at Winnebago Mental Health. So both she and I have seen hundreds of mentally ill people. Her report is April 29th, 2022. She says that, and this is interesting, the use of screening measures, and that was psychological tests, and this is on page 7. The use of a screening measure is routine, and the possibility that the defendant is feigning is not to be confused with the probability of feigning. Indeed, most defendants classified as possibly faking by the screening instrument used in this examination are, on further examination, classified as non-feigning. So there you go. That even though on psychological tests, personality tests, that Ms. SHABUSINESS was given by other evaluators that suggested that she was possibly faking mental health symptoms, as Dr. Lucetta astutely pointed out, more often than not, with further evaluations of the person possibly faking, they're not found to be faking. So I definitely agree with that the psychological testings they're suggestive, but the bottom line is that the fact that she has had numerous evaluators administer psychological testing that indicated she was faking, exaggerating symptoms, that's unusual.
Unless she's faking. It's okay. Yeah. So the fact that this will be, she'll have undergone 5 examinations. She underwent 3 before this one. She's number 4. And then the following day, the day after this testimony, she was evaluated for the 5th time by an examiner. So she's saying it's strange that all 4, if someone shows signs of faking mental illness, later the majority of them are proven to not be faking. So it's really weird that she's been examined by several people over the course of the last year and all of them think she's faking. That's weird. Unless she's fucking faking, then it makes perfect sense why everybody that's ever examined her except you has found her competent to stand trial. Weird that 4 other people examined her and they all found that she was feigning and malingering. Weird.
Ms. Shabusines has been evaluated by multiple doctors, multiple professionals, correct?
Yes.
Yes, both for the current case and then by many.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's
mental health
odd.
Inpatient.
Odd.
2 years in the past.
And at least with regards to this case, have you reviewed the other doctors' reports?
Yes.
Did any red flags come out and present themselves to you with regards to your overall review of all these evaluations?
Yeah, there was a lot of red flags, and some of them I've already mentioned. Again, this a red flag is when a person is given, psychological testing, and there is some evidence of feigning, exaggerating symptoms. That's a red flag. In other words, it doesn't mean they're wrong.
Is it a red flag that doctors have different opinions?
Yes.
What?
Yes. And then the striking.
Okay, it's a red flag that the doctors have differing opinions. 4 doctors don't have differing opinions. Only 1 out of the 5. Well, it's 1 doctor examined her twice. So 3 doctors all have the same opinion. Only 1 of the 4 doctors has a different opinion. Who's the red flag in that picture, people? That's sort of like, if I've got 10 friends and they're all assholes, I bet that means I'm the asshole. So she's saying it's weird that all these other guys have a different opinion. It's a red flag that doctors have different opinions. They don't have different opinions. You have the different opinion. That is the red flag to me.
Chada's evaluation, where she could not form an opinion and recommended inpatient evaluation. It is pretty darn unusual when a psychologist with her experience ends up not being able to make an opinion and then recommends inpatient treatment and evaluation. That was a red flag. The very weird manner how Ms. Shabusines presents herself, and all of these other prior evaluations, 4 or 5 of them, those were all done before she threw the chair at me and before she attacked her attorney in court.
Okay, she's going full Spiegel with the facial expressions. Okay, yeah. So everybody that examined her found her sane. Then she started throwing chairs at her evaluators. Then she started attacking her lawyer. It's almost as if she's like, holy shit, what I'm doing, what I'm telling and what I'm showing to these evaluators isn't working. I need to act more crazy so the next one will think I'm crazy. I better attack my lawyer and throw a chair at her. Maybe that'll help him think I'm crazy. I don't know. That seems a little more reasonable to me. Yeah. Nobody that evaluated her before she threw a chair at me and attacked her lawyer found her to be suffering from the incompetency. But yeah, then strangely she started to throw chairs and attack lawyers. Oh my Lord. This is the biggest bunch of bullshit. I think this is just stupid. She's literally making the case that nothing was going Shabusines' way. Nobody found her incompetent. So then she had to do some even crazier stuff to make people think she's.
That's a bit. I had subsequent to their evaluations, I was able to experience that. First time in 32 years, anybody's thrown a chair at me. Okay.
Isn't that weird in and of itself? Isn't that odd in and of itself, lady? In 32 years of your practice, no one has ever thrown a chair at you. And then someone who wants to desperately seem insane throws a chair at you. Wouldn't you say that out of all the crazy is a pejorative term, all of the people with mental issues, mental illnesses, mental problems, mental issues, in 32 years, all of those people, not one of them has thrown a chair at you. And suddenly, one of them in Taylor Shabusines' situation throws a chair at you. Wouldn't you consider that one to be the anomalous one? That one to be the one that doesn't fit with the others? The one that might be faking it, seeing how all the other real ones never threw a chair at you? Maybe the one that did is faking? Did that ever enter your skull?
And I'm not the government's expert, I'm the defense. Never had that happen before. Okay. I'm trying to dredge up thousands of interviews I've done. Did anybody ever refuse to speak with me? Well, yeah, real recently a guy down in Illinois refused to speak with me as a sexually violent person. But that's very unusual where, unless, say when I worked at Mendota or had gone back to Mendota or I had a guy, guardianship evaluation at Winnebago who refused just a couple days ago, who refused to talk to me. That's very unusual when a person refuses to talk to, and not in the guy at Winnebago just the other day, because I'm working for the Allegheny County Court Council, but very unusual that a person who's hired for the defense, when they would refuse to speak with me.
No, nobody's thrown a chair at her in 32 years. Shabusiness was the first one ever.
I compared her answers to my questions about competency, about her mental health background. Very striking when I compared her answers to what she had told Dr. Lucetta. Very similar, this off-track, tangential stuff. Dr. Lucetta noticed her thought, and she believed that she had a thought disorder, which I totally agree with. Dr. Lucetta.
Yo, what's up, GG? Grandma in the house. I'm sorry, I have to clean up my language. Someone's grandmother's watching. I apologize,
so those things were quite red flags.
Sorry.
The fact how she presented to other evaluators in this case, and then back to other previous mental health treaters, inpatient, the hypersexuality, which nobody else has noticed or considered. I spoke with that about bipolar symptoms when I interviewed her. I asked her point blank
if liking to
about
smash is a mental disorder, sign me up.
Hypersexuality when she was in a very elevated mood.
Hypersexuality is
about that,
never mind.
and then said yes. That has been a problem. Another little thing that nobody else has noticed was that she continued to be hypersexual. I believe it was when she was admitted to Nicolay. They caught her before she was on antipsychotic medication. She was caught in the bathroom, inpatient. She was caught in the bathroom with two different male patients there. So she confirmed hypersexuality behaviors in the past. So that was really striking too.
Well, guess I'm not fit to stand trial.
You talked to her about her drug use, correct?
I believe so. I'd have to look at I believe we covered that, and it's been covered in pretty detail with the other evaluators and in her past admissions to inpatient treatment.
Nice porcelain thunder. That's good.
And she's been pretty consistent with and forthright about her drug abuse. Yeah, she admitted to working as a prostitute.
Oh, of course she did.
In exchange for methamphetamine.
Of course she did.
Told me that she
Wait, wasn't she pregnant in 2020?
And then had impulses that, quote, drive me insane, could not understand, hard to deal with, act out. She described a feeling like floating in the air when she used methamphetamine.
Miss Psychologist, we have somebody's grandmother watching now. Don't say titties again.
Did you consider whether or not her drug usage may have caused brain damage?
Unfortunately, it is something, and again, that's one of those zebra things that most people who use illegal drugs don't end up with brain damage. However, one of the first drugs she ever used as a child and early adolescence was marijuana.
Or Adderall.
We know in a subset of kids who use marijuana as a kid or teenager, it can be associated with.
This is the Dr. Spiegel of this trial.
Psychotic mental illness like bipolar.
Oh, God, there's still 20 minutes left.
And we don't know why exactly, but that's possible. So that's one thing that possibly happens here. A person who has maybe a genetic predisposition to a psychotic mental illness, who then uses marijuana during the time their brain is developing.
Reefer madness. Reefer madness got her. She chopped him up and did all those horrific things because of reefer madness.
Somewhat more likely to develop a psychotic mental illness. So that's a possibility there. But then just the whole complex of this case, the complexity.
That's funny.
Of this case,
Jinx. You guys you're both jinxed.
Strongly suggests we need an inpatient. This is a person, in my opinion, has fallen through the cracks.
Well, we know that Spatha and Rob Scheinel, we know that those two are old.
A serious psychotic mental illness. It possibly has fallen through the cracks into the legal system, which is not good. The criminal justice system.
Did you?
Is it methamphetamine? That's another concern and the other issue. Methamphetamine use, heavy use of drugs like methamphetamine, that can cause, and again, zebra thing here, very unusual, but that can cause brain damage too. But again, we're now a year beyond any use of methamphetamine or other drugs, and we still have those symptoms. Poor memory, poor concentration, auditory, visual hallucinations, tangential thinking.
What are you even talking about now?
Disorder. So what is it? Is it just bipolar or some schizophrenia? But it just all doesn't quite add up.
Dr. Lighton, did you prepare a report for this case for Taylor Denise SHABUSINESS?
Hey.
Yes.
Was that dated July 3rd of 2023?
Yes.
Was that on your letterhead?
Yes.
And where is your office located?
On the bed because Strawberry is like right.
Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Poor Yoda can't get on the bed. Oh, sorry, little buddy. Sorry, Yoda. Strawberry's in the middle of it. Yoda's like, fuck it, I'm out. Now Yoda's just over here in the door looking like, why don't you make her move? Why don't you make her move? Yoda said, screw it. Yoda's going to the sofa.
Dr. Lighton, is your report?
All right, here we go. Wrong. Useless. Stupid.
9 pages?
No, 9 pages.
Yes.
Did you sign it?
Electronically.
Okay. And it is dated July 3rd of 2023?
Yes.
I put a sticker on it, exhibit number 2. You believe that all of the commentary that you provided today is part of your report?
Yes.
For exhibit number 2?
Any objection?
No.
It will be received.
Is your testimony to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion as it relates to the issue of competency for Taylor Denise Schabusiness?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
My opinion in this case is that she's not competent to proceed to trial. Basically, on the basis is that she lacks insight and judgment and the mental capacity to understand the proceedings.
You just said she understands
in
them.
her own defense.
She literally just says she understands them, but not on a deep level. She literally.
Your Honor, I'd offer exhibit number 2 and number 1.
I already received them both.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further from me.
Cross-examination.
Doctor, can you?
Okay.
Doctor, can you hear me okay?
Let's hear some reasonableness.
All right. So you've been retained by the defense in this case, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say the majority of your work is done in 980 work?
No.
Okay. So for instance,
And by the way, you can only see the back of his head here right now. But I challenge any one of you in chat right now. How many people do we have that are still watching this shit? 880 people are here in chat. Of you, 886 people are watching this now. Of the 886 or 70 of you that are watching this now, I challenge even one of you. In the blue suit here, the second from the right, I challenge any one of you to say that her lawyer, I mean, the prosecutor, not her lawyer. I challenge any one of you to say that the prosecutor does not look like Elton John. When you get a look at it, tell me this is not Elton John, and I will ban you from chat because you clearly have no brains whatsoever. Seriously though, tell me this guy is not Elton John.
County and a variety of other evaluations. So probably not maybe half and half.
okay. So with respect to the publications and presentations you've listed in Exhibit 1 here, it looks like all of them since at least 2010, 2009 are in the area of sexual predators and 980 work. Does that seem accurate?
Well, superficially, because of it's just an example, a very interesting example.
Oh, boo.
Where, and again, we're talking about sexually violent person predator evaluations. It's just a thing I stumbled into that field back when we got our law in Chapter 980 law in 1994, and I was working at Mendota, and we all had to do those evaluations. Then right away, controversy started up about how do you do those evaluations.
He doesn't sound like Elton.
And the
It looks like Elton
controversies
John.
just continued. So it's only an example. It's a tiny, tiny little field within the legal matters, the SVP. But it's just an example, convenient for scientists.
Okay.
To use it to further advance science. So it's like an example of a very controversial area where science is totally derailed. So it's just, I've used it as an example in my main colleague, and we have a whole bunch of international allies helping us on the research too. So we just use it as an example.
I didn't say it was Elton John. Lames. It looks like.
In the legal and mental health field.
So again, the question was, I mean, the publications that are listed in Exhibit 1 here deal with sexual violent predator commitments. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Is there publications recently in the issues of like competency or conducting NGI evaluations?
No.
When you've testified in your capacity in 980 work, have you ever testified for the state as to those findings?
Yes.
And you said hundreds of NGI evaluations, competency evaluations, guardianships, and sentencing related evaluations. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Of those hundreds, how many of those specifically dealt with competency evaluations?
Every forensic evaluation I do, and that's all I do now, every one, I evaluate the person's competency to proceed to trial. Now, in setting aside the SVP, sexually violent predator or person, and in federal courts, it's the Adam Walsh Act. testified in those, and then I'm directly appointed.
Doctor, if you could just try to focus on the question, okay? Because
Thank you.
I understand you have ranges of experience, but we're not in
Jesus.
federal court, so we're not dealing with the Adam Walsh Act or anything of that nature. Just try to
Jesus,
focus
thank
on the
you
question.
so much.
Okay?
Shut the fuck up and answer the.
So, Doctor,
shut the
I'll
intercourse
ask it,
up and answer the question.
how many court-ordered competency evaluations have you performed in your career?
I don't know, I'd have to count them on, I don't know.
Okay.
Many.
Many? Are we talking a dozen?
I did 42 while I was at Monona Mental Health Institute. I've done hundreds of evaluations for competency since 1997.
Hundreds.
And those are hundreds of court-ordered competency evaluations since 1997?
Some of them were court-ordered MGIs, some were court-ordered, or not court-ordered, but some were for the defense attorneys for sentencing disposition.
What?
Okay. So then I want to ask about your evaluation with Ms. SHABUSINESS, and that was June 19th of 2023, right?
Yes.
The interview that formed the basis of your current report, I should say. You previously interviewed her in February, right?
Right.
Okay.
She's
Sure.
not a doctor. She's a
So
psychologist.
on June 19th, during your interview with Ms. SHABUSINESS, did you ask her
Well,
about
doctorate. She has a doctor. She's not a medical doctor.
various roles of the judicial actors during a criminal case?
Yes.
For instance, did you ask her what the judge's role was in the case?
Yes.
And she replied that it's to judge her, to look at her, things to that effect, right?
Right.
And you went through the jury's role.
She knows
with her.
what she knows what a judge does.
And you went through the various pleas that were available to her.
Yeah.
And did you ever talk about, like, did she have an awareness of what she was charged with?
Yes, and she does with both with me and my interview.
Oh, she has an awareness of what she's charged with. She knows what a jury does, and she knows what a judge.
And not only, you know, what she's charged with, but like the substance of the allegations. Did she appear to have an understanding of that too?
You know, you mean the substance, you mean the severity of it and that?
Yeah, well, what the state alleges happened. Is she aware of that?
Yeah, we did not go into big, major detail about the case events, but
You didn't even ask her if she was aware that she's being charged with chopping up a body and doing horrific things to it. You didn't even ask her that. That's one of the basic things.
again, she seems to be aware of she knows what she's charged with.
Okay, well, never mind.
Throughout my interview and the prior interview.
Lady, you've just testified. She knows what a judge is. She knows what a judge does. She knows what a jury is. She knows what charges are against her. She understands this.
She knows what she's charged with. She seems to, not in my interview, but other people's interviews, she seems to recognize the seriousness, misdemeanor versus a felony.
And Attorney Freilich was with Ms. SHABUSINESS during your contact with her on June 19th, right?
Yeah.
She have an awareness of who that person was?
Yes.
And there were times I think you talked about where they would confer and Attorney Freilich would talk to her about certain things that we were talking about.
Only when I invited him to do that, he remained silent for most of, other than the initial interview to set her at ease. And she seemed responsive to that. But other than that, he didn't interject anything.
Sure.
Other than when I asked him to explain to her appropriate courtroom behaviors.
And I think I may have asked this, you kind of touched on the various plea options, not guilty, guilty, NGI pleas with the defendant.
Yeah.
Did you talk through like what those various things mean in terms of what the consequences of various pleas are?
To some extent.
So no, you didn't talk to her about the different types of pleas to see if she understood the available pleas.
Inattentive. And I was a little surprised during just the plea options that she still seemed pretty hazy about them, even though she had been explained them before. With say the NGI plea, she didn't seem to understand what happened if you're found NGI. But I explained the bifurcated trial, and she appeared familiar with it.
So
she's familiar with the trial process.
To some extent, but again, I had to explain it all to her again, which is unusual because she had that explained to her by 3 other evaluators.
when you explained those topics and concepts to the defendant, did you then ask, to see if she had the capacity to retain that information?
No.
You did.
Oh, Lord. So, okay, she understands it. Is she going to be able to understand it next week when she goes to trial? Did you ask her that? Oh, fuck, no. Oh, no. This woman, oh, my Lord.
Didn't ask that?
Look, at that point, during the whole interview, she was distracted. And by that point in the interview, she was very distracted by apparent auditory hallucinations.
Oh, or she was fucking faking it, one of the two.
So I didn't go back in each of those areas to see if she retained the information.
And again, this interview was June 19th, right?
Right.
So you were aware about 6 days before your interview with Ms. SHABUSINESS, there was a day-long motion hearing. Were you aware of that?
I'm not sure. There's been numerous motion hearings that I wasn't aware of. So I'm not sure.
Did you ever inquire with the defendant if, hey, did you know what happened last week? Were you aware of that hearing? Did you ever ask any of those questions?
I asked her the questions about the chair throwing, with me, which she didn't have any memory for. I asked her about the attack on her, Mr. Jolly in the courtroom.
I think the question, Doctor, was related to the hearing that occurred a few days. I don't think he asked whether you asked her about the chair. So just try to focus on the question, Doctor. Mr. Fralick can certainly ask redirect questions, okay? Why don't you go ahead and ask the question again, Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, so
now even the judge is telling her to listen to the damn question.
there any conversation with the defendant about her awareness of what happened on June 13th at that hearing?
I don't believe I asked her about that. I didn't know what it was. You'd have to remind me what that was.
Okay. So there was no discussion about any prior hearings. Was she aware of what was going on? There were hearings in May, there were hearings in April. Any discussion about those hearings?
Not unless one of them involved the chair, her attacking Mr. Jolly.
Okay. You brought up the topic of prior evaluators talking about the topic of feigning, malingering. Do you remember talking about that earlier in direct examination?
Yeah.
And I think in your report, you actually quote, psychological testing by other evaluators found signs of possible malingering or intentional faking of mental disorder symptoms. Does that seem consistent with what you wrote in your report?
Yeah.
And, with somebody with your experience, is that something you're trained to kind of look for in every evaluation you're doing?
Yeah.
Sometimes you use, instruments to kind of gauge that.
Yeah.
And I think you even referenced at the end of your report, quote, testing can reveal attempts to fake a mental disorder, end quote. Is that right?
Yes.
And so what attempts and instruments did you use in this case to determine if the information Ms. SHABUSINESS was telling you was feigned or false narrative?
I did not do any formal.
Holy shit. Holy shit. This is, sorry, Grandma. Holy excrement. Yeah. All of these things she told you. What did you do to verify that any of this information that Taylor SHABUSINESS told you was true? She did nothing, apparently. She did nothing to verify whether any of these things that Taylor SHABUSINESS told her about her past were true. Wow.
To fake a mental disorder, end quote. Is that right?
Yes.
Listen to
And so what attempts and instruments did you use in this case to determine if the information Ms. SHABUSINESS was telling you was feigned or false narrative?
I did not do any formal psychological testing with Ms. SHABUSINESS.
And I think you did mention on direct that sometimes those screening measures can be utilized to help with that, right?
She did nothing.
And there's none that you utilized in this case.
No.
Derp.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
On those topics, Mr. Freilich.
Based on your training and experience in meeting with lots of different patients, sometimes you come into a situation where someone that you're assessing or evaluating, they try to fool you into thinking they're normal?
Yes, that's an interesting question. Yes, that happens to kind of the reverse. Yeah, right.
Is that where feigning or faking can come in?
Well, yes, but when that's used kind of formally, it means they are the person's intending to intentionally faking mental health symptoms. I think what you asked was kind of the reverse. Do sometimes patients, people I'm evaluating, try to convince me they don't have a mental illness? Well, that happens a lot, and this SHABUSINESS has done that with other evaluators.
Wow, that's a bold damn statement she just made. That's a damn bold statement. Prosecution is talking about her faking her mental illness. And what she has just said here is she was faking normalcy with the other evaluators. She has these mental issues. She's incompetent, but she was faking normalcy to the other three evaluators. That's a bold damn statement right there, with zero evidence to back up that statement.
I think what you asked was kind of the reverse. Do sometimes patients, people I'm evaluating, try to convince me they don't have a mental illness? Well, that happens a lot, and this SHABUSINESS has done that with other evaluators and treaters, that she doesn't have a mental illness.
That's a damn bold
When the prosecutor was asking you questions about whether Ms. SHABUSINESS talked about motion hearings or other court proceedings, and you started talking about throwing a chair and the attack on Mr. Jolly, what were you referring to?
I don't remember what the hearing was that she threw the chair, or rather when she attacked Mr. Jolly. I think that was for a competency motion.
No.
I guess there's been 5 competency hearings so far in this case. And I don't
Not the
remember
question.
which and what all motions were done with each of those hearings.
Did she ever give you any reasons why she threw the chair or apparently attacked Mr. Jolly?
No, well, with the chair throwing with me, she didn't recall it. She said she only read it in the jail logbook, but she just, and then when I asked her about why did she attack Mr. Jolly, which was unusual. I mean, not only was that unusual to do that in court, but it was unusual because she had previously expressed that she liked him, so that was unusual. And the only thing she said was about that, you know, I asked her, what were your thoughts at the time she attacked Mr. Jolly in court? And she could only say it was like a carnival in the courtroom. She told Mr. Jolly in the past that she had a very hard time thinking. That was the only reason she gave Mr. Jolly about why she threw the chair at me. I had problems with thinking.
And did
4
you,
minutes left.
during your meetings with her, did she exhibit any obsessive compulsive behaviors as well?
I think this is outside the scope. I'd object, Judge.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mr. Freilich, you're covering issues that he didn't cover in his cross. So getting back into
This
direct.
judge, by the way, is
I'm going to sustain
really
the objection.
Okay, I have nothing further then.
Okay, any on those topics, Mr.
No, thank you.
Saunders?
Sorry.
Okay.
Your Honor, on that topic though, would the court at least consider some of the comments in her report related to obsessive compulsive
No.
issues?
The report's been offered into evidence and it's been received. So I consider everything that's in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the matter is concluded for today then, Doctor. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we break for the day, there's just a couple of topics I wanted to address. Have the attorneys had an opportunity now to review the jury questionnaires and converse about perhaps individuals that you're looking to have stricken and reached agreements or disagreements on those? I'll start with the state.
I think council had a lengthy hearing yesterday afternoon when we were going to meet. I'm available today. We hadn't talked about that, but perhaps today. I fully reviewed it and I think we can agree on some strikes.
Your Honor, I've reviewed the jury questionnaires and my plan would be to talk with Mr. Saunders if he has time this morning. I wasn't able to meet with him yesterday because of a lengthy hearing in the afternoon.
Okay, well, because the next topic I wanted to discover or to address with the parties is whether we actually need to have a pretrial conference, which is scheduled for Monday morning, because we've met and we are going to continue to meet before this trial starts. And so just reassembling for no particular purpose is something I want to avoid as much as I can. On the other hand, I don't know if that's something that either the attorneys are prepared to weigh in on. Mr. Saunders?
I can't think of a reason to keep it on at this point, so I don't have an objection to that.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, I don't think we need to meet next week on Monday at 8:30, but that's up to the court.
Well, here's the thing. When I scan my mind for things that need to be addressed, the only thing I can think of is the jury questionnaire. It's really the only thing I could think that we would need a pretrial conference to address, because we've addressed all sorts of motions in limine and everything we usually do at a pretrial conference has already been done. In addition, we're meeting again before the trial starts on Friday morning. So my inclination at this point is to take the pretrial conference off because I don't see that it's needed. And I'm not sure that there's anything that we can't take up on Friday that we need to take up on Monday. So that's what I'm going to do. The pretrial is coming off. We're still on for 8:30 in the morning on Friday. To the extent the attorneys can agree on a list of the jurors that they both believe perhaps ought not to be called in, that would be great. If there's certain ones that perhaps one side believes ought not to be invited in and ought to be stricken and the other side doesn't, I can take that up on Friday morning. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else for the record today, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Matters concluded then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, okay. Whew. I see again. Remove doggo there for a minute. That is the end of the first competency hearing of the two that are scheduled. The next one is going to take place Friday morning at 8:30 Central Time. So it'll be 9:30 Eastern and then 10:30 p.m. my time. Now, a few things. She got lit up there on the cross-examination. I don't know how anybody can see that she has any credibility whatsoever from those statements. She, again, for the competency, you have to understand the nature of the proceedings against you. You have to understand what you're being charged with, and you have to be able to contribute in some way to your own defense. Under cross-examination, the expert said, yes, Shabusiness understood the charges against her. She appreciated the seriousness of them against her. She knows what the judge's job is. She knows what the jury's job is. She knows who her lawyer is and what her lawyer's job is. And that is literally the definition of competent to stand trial. And it should tell you a little something how the judge feels about this, that he's like, all right, she's done. Now let's talk about trial. He hasn't officially ruled on the issue yet, but as you know, he was talking about, okay, what jurors should we bring in? What jurors don't we need to bring in? Trial starting Monday. Judge didn't even say, well, if this goes to trial or if we need the jury or if he's just like, all right, thank you for your testimony. Now let's talk about and he's like, we don't even need a pre-trial conference on Monday. Just to show up for 8:30, then we'll do the jury selection. We'll get this trial on the road. Yeah, this judge is a very, very good judge. From the beginning, I've watched him. His rulings are awesome. He's very well spoken. He doesn't, as you saw here, he doesn't put up with a lot of extraneous crap. He keeps things focused. Great job. So the next time we'll be doing Taylor Shabusiness is this Friday. We'll look at two motions: the motion to suppress the evidence from the search warrant, the motion to dismiss the sexual assault charges based on the argument that sexual assault can only be committed on a person, and as the guy was dead, he did not meet the legal definition of person. So therefore, whatever she did to him could not amount to sexual assault because he was already dead and a non-person. The judge dismissed that motion as well, but we'll talk about them anyway. And if they televise the Friday morning hearing, then that's what we'll be watching. I mean, if they stream it on Court TV or Law and Cuck, we'll watch that as well. And trial starts Monday morning. Tomorrow will be the conclusion of the YNW Melly trial. They will do the arguments, the closing arguments, jury instructions, and then they'll give it to the jury. And we'll keep an eye. We'll have a jury watch, and if a jury verdict comes in while we're in the middle of talking about the Shabusiness motions or whatnot, we'll cut away and handle that. That's it, ladies and germs. 4 hours in. It was a long stream tonight. Should have broken this up into two. Could have double monetized. Oh, how did we do on monetization? Oh, surprisingly, we're not red. I have no idea how that happened. We are still yellow with limited monetization. So, interesting. We survived. Usually it's red early on. All right, we have a couple of super chats here, and then and another chat, and then we'll wrap it up. It's a mystery. Thank you so much. Dog groomer here. You can use cornstarch or flour to stop the bleeding next time. Well, I have styptic powder. That's what I use. But see, I didn't know there was any bleeding. As I said, it was literally, I clipped the nail and then I ran in here and turned the show on because that's where I was. And then I just noticed, like, when we all at the same time noticed there seemed to be blood on Yoda's side. I'm like, what the hell? Checked him out, nothing cool. Dog Strawberry didn't have any problems. I looked over here and said, oh, there's a little pool of blood and some paw prints. And then there was, I must have cut the vein, cut the quick there. And that was like hours ago. So the bleeding had already stopped. So yeah, I use styptic powder. And Natasha says, this reminds me of Dr. Hughes and that nut Spiegel. Yeah, she got very spiegely towards the middle and continued to the end with all, this stuff and pointing that weird ass finger of hers around. Yeah, all righty. I file the nail. Well, I normally cut them, but I haven't trimmed the nails in quite a while, so they were really long. And Yoda has a strangely long quick in his fingernail, so in his toenails. So it's always hard to trim Yoda's nails. Plus, I was in a hurry, so it was all my fault. I clipped it. All right. That is the end. So everybody, tomorrow, YNW Melly trial, closing arguments, jury instructions. Friday, Shabusiness motions, and possibly some live streaming. And then Monday, we'll be here all of next week. Gavel to gavel coverage. of the Taylor Shabusiness trial. Thank you, everybody. If you haven't hit that like button on your way out, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, I would be just incredibly honored if you would do me the pleasure of giving me the privilege of enjoying your subscription. And how did our poll end today? The like and subscribe poll. Did you stab the like and subscribe buttons? 13% of you said yes, I'm ahead of the game. 14% of you said yes, it's tailor-made for Vices. 17% said yes, she probably had a nibble. And 56% of you said none of you should business, but yeah. So thank you all very, very much for the likes, the subscriptions, if any. I didn't check to see if anybody actually subscribed, but I hope you did. We need this thing to go viral. I am the one covering this trial, so tell all of your friends, your neighbors, your grandparents, bring them all in here. We can enjoy the Taylor Shabusiness trial together all next week. I'm gonna be promoting the hell out of this because I want this to be a good, fun trial. And thank you, mods, for being here and doing all of your moddy stuff. Thank you for keeping the chat entertained. And chat, you are the Vice Squad. You are the greatest chat on the entire YouTube platform. By virtue of the fact you're here, even if this is your first time, you're a member of the Vice Squad. You are a member of the greatest chat on earth. Thank you so much for the support you guys showed with the super chats and the membership chats and all that, and the members subscriptions. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to go to sleep now. You all have a great morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And let me set this up to see who we can redirect our stream here to. We will redirect to, let's see. Oh, we got almost 20 subscribers during the course. That's really cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Live stream. Taylor Shabusiness. Details. Customization. Redirect. We can redirect to. We did Uncivil Law yesterday, so we'll do Nicholas Staroff today. Nicholas, we're going to go to Nicholas. Everybody say hi to Nicholas. Let him know Legal Vices rated him. You all should really enjoy that. It's the sentencing for the OnlyFans stalker kid. With that, what did we have? One last super chat. Steve C snuck in right under the wire with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Steve C. Thank you. All right, go tell Nicholas Staroff hi, and I will see you all here tomorrow for the conclusion of the YNW Melly trial. And do not miss Friday, more Shabusiness. See ya.